Welcome everyone, and welcome to our second 100 Most Powerful Born to Be Powerful Summit. My name is Charlotte Brown. I am the founder of One Woman and co-founder of 100 Most Powerful Women alongside the beautiful, amazing, and talented Jackie Somerville, who you're going to hear from later today. What we know is that every woman was born to be powerful. Just like a light switch, when we turn on our power, we light up the world. What are you passionate about? What dreams do you have for your life and the lives of those that you love and care about? At 100 Most Powerful Women, Jackie Somerville and I mentor 100 women over the course of a year to look like a million, feel like a million, impact millions, and make millions of dollars doing what you love. Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's what you were created for. If you dare to own your power and shine your light in the world. In 2019, Jackie and I traveled to over 50 cities together with the Fearless Women Summits. And at the end of each event, we were so inspired by the women who spoke and attended the events and their passion to change the world through the gifts that they've been given in their life and through their businesses. But the common theme through our conversations with these women was their struggle to monetize their gifts and talents and to make the money that they deserve doing the work that is so needed in this world. Yeah, somewhere along the line, money got a bad rap. And why is that? Why do we believe things like money's the root of all evil, or that you need to work really hard for it? Or if you want money, well, then you're greedy. Money's abundance, it's energy, it's power, and you decide the story that you're going to give to it. What we know for sure is that when women make great money, that they do really great things in the world. You know, I've been able to make a lot of money through being an entrepreneur for almost 25 years. And what that has given me is the ability to help women start successful businesses, gain employment skills, to be able to break the cycle of poverty in developing countries. You know, through that, I've been able to send thousands of girls to school who dream for a better life for their future. It's allowed me to do all of that. What is that for you? What do you want to do? If you made $1 million this year, what could you do with it? Who could you help? How would it change your life? How would it change the life of your family? Think about that for a minute. How was any of that bad? I don't think anybody had a thought that ran through their mind that was the root of all evil. And when did a life of pain and struggle become okay? As I said, it's the story we give to it. And our financial beliefs come from a real place. It's how we were raised, the beliefs that our parents and families had, and the powerful influence of society and the media. What we know for sure is that money amplifies who you already are. Today is the day that you can decide to stop the struggle. The life of living paycheck to paycheck and embrace an abundant life of more love, more joy, more money, more passion, and more freedom. As I said, you know, it's not just about building a successful business and making the money. For so many women that we work with, they have a heart-centered business. They want to make a difference. They do want to change the world. And of course, they want to impact millions. As the Dalai Lama said, it is women that will heal this world. And that's what we work with women to do, is to be able to shine their light in this world, use their gifts, make a difference. It's so important for each of us to be able to do that. And that 100 Most Powerful Women, we work with women to be able to do that and to create a supportive environment and network of women to be able to collaborate and to do that together, knowing that you are supported. So who do you want to help? How would the world be better if you could live your passion and purpose to your highest potential? And of course, we help women look like a million and feel like a million. Because as I mentioned earlier, a lot of times we believe that we have to work hard And so a lot of beliefs that come with that is that, well, then we'll compromise time with our family or our health and well-being. And we do not believe that at all. In fact, we believe that you can increase your ability to have better health when you're able to be divinely connected, to be able to wholeheartedly do what you do on this earth the way you want to do it. That you have more time than to take care of your health and well-being. Maybe hire your own personal trainer or chef, who knows, whatever it is that you want. And of course, have the time and freedom and flexibility to be able to spend more time with your family, be able to take them on those trips and family, adventures around the world. Whatever it is that calls on your heart, you can design the life that sets your soul on fire. You do not need to compromise to have the life of your dreams. So I guess the question is are you ready to be powerful? Because everything you ever wanted, all that you could ever dream of, well, it's just waiting for you. Your job is to just say yes. Today, you're going to hear from 11 of our 100 most powerful women who've decided to unleash their power and use the gifts that they've been given to make a difference and live a life they love and are excited about each and every day. You're also going to hear today from co-founder of 100 Most Powerful Women, Jackie Somerville, which will blow your mind. Make you question your thoughts and beliefs and everything that's held you back from an extraordinary life. So what I know for sure, ladies, is that you are a miracle divinely placed on this earth to make your mark, change things, help others, and most importantly, to experience love, joy, and abundance every day we choose. Trouble is, most of us choose struggle, mediocrity, and decisions made out of fear. You're made of stardust and grace, filled with the power of love. What could you do if you just turned on the switch? You were born to be powerful. But I know you're asking, but how do I do it? How do I do it? Well, I think you're going to get a lot of great advice and inspiration from the women you hear from today. But maybe you want to join us in the journey and become one of our 100 most powerful women. We do have 3 spaces left to join 100 most powerful women this month here in June. If you decide today is the day you're ready to look like a million, feel like a million, impact millions, and make millions of dollars, you can apply. Our goal is to help 100 women build million and multi-million dollar businesses that make our world a better place and empowers you to live a life that sets your soul on fire. I will put the link in the chat, and I'll do that again later today so that, if it calls on your heart and you want to apply and you're wanting to work with Jackie and I and all the other great women who make up 100 Most Powerful Women, well, we would love to hear from you. And I'll just put that in the chat, because it's actually not on our website. There's only certain times throughout the year that we take applications. And so make sure you click on the link that if you're interested at all, you can send us your application. So ladies, are you ready for a powerful day? Because I would love to introduce you to our very first speaker for today, which is Lisa Smith-Williams. Lisa, if you want to turn on your sound and your video. Hi, Lisa.
Good morning, ladies. Oh my goodness, thank you for introducing me, Charlotte.
No problem. I'm going to read your introduction and then you can take it away. So our first speaker is a poet from Austin, Texas, that believes that you can write your way through trauma and how important it is that you share your story. Lisa Smith-Williams is an author, speaker, and educator. She has dedicated her life to speaking to women and children about breaking the stigma that surrounds mental health. She has been broke, depressed, and traumatized by childhood experiences. Through all this, she has persevered by breaking barriers and speaking freely about her story and the importance of mental health. She believes that people should speak their truth and share their stories to help others grow. It isn't about where you're coming from in life, it's about where you are going. Through her journey towards her own growth in life, her phrase is, "Let's grow together." Please welcome the beautiful Lisa Smith-Williams.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before I get started, I do want to say a little prayer for you ladies. I just pray that God gives us a word today, and the other speakers gives us a message to share with you ladies, that you get to grow from today. You hear something that's going to help you get your breakthrough, and that you will realize how powerful you are. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to begin. Today, I'm talking about the growth of me, which is also the growth of you. Be powerful. Would you believe me? Would you believe me if I said that this face was the face of depression? Would you believe me if I said sometimes it's difficult for me to get out of bed? Would you believe me if I said that I was the victim of sexual abuse? Would you believe me if I said that I was a victim of self-harm? Would you believe me if I said that I was a victim of alcoholism? Would you believe me if I said that I was a victim of physical abuse? Would you believe me if I said that I was a victim of mental abuse? Would you believe me if I said that I struggled with self-worth? Would you believe me if I said I struggled with low self-esteem? Would you believe me if I said I struggled with infidelities? Would you believe me if I said I struggled with trust? Would you believe me if I said that I contracted an STD at age 18? Would you believe me if I said that I had to make a decision about an abortion? Would you believe me? So this is a poem from my book, The Growth of Me. And the reason why I love that poem so much is because not only does it share so much of my story, but it also shares stories of other women, right? So as a woman, I feel that we encounter so many things in life. Some of you probably have actually gone through the things that I have gone through in life and have experienced certain things in life. And maybe some of you have not. But we all have something, some type of traumatic experience, something that has changed our life in some way. And so I'm here to tell you that it doesn't matter where you have been in life. It all depends on where you're. And with saying that, I have made it a mission to go and speak to ladies and tell my story, because I know how important it is to share my story and connect with women, because other women have experienced the same things. And those things probably have left you feeling abandoned or lost. So all those things that I mentioned in the poem used to validate who I was. I used to believe that I was less than because of the traumas I had encountered in my life. But as I have grown as a woman, I have realized that those traumas no longer validate who I am. They have actually allowed me to become stronger, to become more powerful, to give me vision, to give me fuel to become driven, because who I am is no longer where I come from. Who I am is where I am going. This is what I want to talk about. I want to talk about how you can gain your power back if it has been taken from you, and how to do that through writing. Writing grew me, and it can grow you too. Ask yourself, what do I need to heal from? And if you're feeling comfortable, I ask that you actually share that in the chat box. What do you need to heal from? What do you need to share? What is causing you to not feel powerful? So just a little bit about my story. I have suffered from depression majority of my life. Started when I was a kid. And when I was younger, I even tried to commit suicide several times as a teenager. My parents drank alcohol, which caused them to be angry. I was a very opinionated as a teenager, probably some of you as well. So I verbalized to them what I was feeling, that I feel like they were alcoholics, that I feel like they had problems, that I feel like they struggled with money, that they didn't, I was very verbal with them. And I told them what I felt on my heart, and it came out my mouth. Now, it probably wasn't the smartest thing, but what I've learned as an adult is it actually is great to speak up. But those actual things that I would speak to my parents about, or what I would verbalize, about their alcoholism, about their gambling problems, it caused a lot of friction in my house. I remember nights after having arguments, my parents calling me a bitch, you know, My parents actually making threats towards me, making threats that they were going to shoot me. Now, as I became older as an adult, I have repaired my relationship with my parents, but it really did cause for me to be depressed, and it caused a lot of trauma. Scared to go to sleep at night, being afraid if I was going to wake up. That strained relationship caused me to run away from home constantly. The window in my room was actually used as a getaway exit. So, with all those stories that I had that was pent up in me, all the trauma that I had that was inside of me, I decided that I needed to figure out an outlet on how to get rid of the depression. I was always depressed. I was always crying. I was always feeling like the world was crashing around me. So one day, my husband made a suggestion for me. He said, "Why don't you put your feelings on paper? Why don't you release that hurt on paper? Why don't you just write it down?" And so that's what I did. I started to write. I started to write about the traumatic experiences as a child. I started to write about the traumatic experiences that I had experienced as an adult. I started to just pour it all out on paper and just get rid of all of that trauma, all of the anxiety, all of the depression. And I just wrote. Writing is so powerful, ladies. It's such a powerful tool. You can release all of your hurt and you can put it on paper. But after you put it on paper, I'm going to talk about what you should do with it later. So when you write, it helps you realize what are those things that are taking your power from you? What is causing from you not being the best you that you can be? What is causing you not to grow? What is causing you from getting to the next step in life? What is causing you from not going from that promotion? What is causing you from not being able to love? It's really important that you put your words on paper. Here's another point that I want to read for you. Once you write all your feelings and your anxieties and your depression and all those traumas on paper, and you've released it, and now you can feel free. You can feel free because you have released all of that trauma. It's over. The wait is over. One morning I woke up and an immediate thought came to my head. The wait is over. Lisa, no more uncertainties. The wait is over. You now know your purpose. The wait is over. Goodbye, anxiety. The wait is over. No more negative friends. The wait is over. No more non-believers. The wait is over. No more suffering in silence. The wait is over. No more worrying about how I'm going to feed my family. The wait is over. No more worrying about keeping a roof over our heads. The wait is over. No more constantly sucking at life. The wait is over. No more walking through life without faith. The wait is over. No more being physically, mentally, and spiritually unhealthy. The wait is over. Ladies, what are you no longer going to wait on? What are you no longer going to allow to take over your life? I encourage that you share that in the chat box, because when we share, we actually help others grow. So at this moment, after hearing me talk about my story, after hearing me share some of my story with you, after me talking about how writing became a powerful tool for me, and after writing, and what I did was actually started to share my story, I want you now to think about how you can take off your mask and claim your power back. No more hiding from who you used to be, and just work on becoming. Say goodbye to who you currently are. Let go of toxic people and toxic things that do not allow you to heal or do not allow for you to grow. Be willing for the current version of you to die and walk out of that grave to the birth of the new you. Because once you start to release those depressions, once you start to release that anxiety, once you start to release those traumas and you write, you leave that old person on the paper, and then that's when you become. And then that's when you grow. And then that's when you realize how powerful you are. Do you know how powerful you are? Girl, do you know how powerful you are? You want that promotion, girl? Go for it. You want to start that business? Do it. You want out of that abusive relationship? Girl, leave it alone. You want to lose that extra weight? You can do it. Do you know how powerful you are? So powerful that God created you to bear children. Use that power, girl. So after you write, after you release all that drama and traumas and depression and anxiety on paper, now there's the beauty of actually sharing your story. Once you write, share your story. Your story is powerful. When you share, you take people on a journey and you empower them to believe that they too can overcome an obstacle and gain their power back. God says we shall testify. Sharing your story helps others grow. Let's grow together. At this point, I want to share with you on how you can follow me. So the poems that I read today, they're all from my book, The Growth of Me. And in my book, there's actually, after each poem, there is a question. It's a reflection question. Because again, like I talked about, it's not about you just reading my story. It's about you reading my story, reflecting on what I wrote, reflecting on those questions and sharing your story. Because I'm on a mission to help other women grow. And how we're going to do that is by writing our story and sharing our story with others. So my book, The Growth of Me, it's on Amazon. If you would like to follow me and along with my growth journey and we grow together, you can follow me on Instagram and Facebook at Lisa.Smith-Williams, also at We'll Grow Together. And my email and my website is there, and I can actually put in the link later. But before I leave, ladies, I wanted to share this song with you. It's called You Got Power, because I want you to realize how powerful that you are.
Hey, I need you to believe that you are a great one, that you are amazing, that you are somebody in this world.
You don't believe?
If somebody don't tell you,
Yeah.
you got power, you got strength, you are amazing.
Yeah. You don't believe? You don't believe?
That you got power, you got strength, you are amazing.
You believe?
Yeah.
You don't believe? You don't believe?
That you got power, you got strength, you are amazing. Take the world by hand, you can make it. Anything that you want, you can get it. Take it to the next level, you are amazing. You got power, you got strength, make it happen. Every single day, make history. You got power, you got strength, you are amazing. Take it to the next level, you are great. Yeah. You got power, you are amazing, you are amazing.
You don't believe?
Yeah.
You don't believe?
But you got power, you got strength, you are amazing. Yeah.
You don't believe?
But you got power, you got strength, you are amazing.
Yeah. You don't believe? Yeah. You don't believe?
But you got power, you got strength, you are amazing.
Yeah. You don't believe? Yeah. You don't believe?
But you got power, you got strength, you are amazing. Take it to the next level every day.
You believe?
You got power, you got strength, you are amazing. So take it to the next level every day. Yeah. You are a powerful one, you are an amazing one. Yeah. If they don't tell you, I'll tell you, you are a great one. Yeah, you somebody in this world, don't doubt yourself. You are amazing. You are amazing. You got power, you got strength, you are amazing. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You got power, you got strength, you are amazing. You believe. Yeah, yeah. You got strength. Yeah, yeah. Be somebody, yeah, yeah. Be somebody great, be somebody great. Cause you got power, you got strength, you are amazing. Cause you got power, you got strength, you are amazing. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. You got power, you got strength, you are amazing.
All right, ladies. So if you don't take anything else from my speech today, I just want for you to take away that you have power, you have strength, and you are amazing. And remember, let's grow together. Thank you.
Fantastic, Lisa. Great job. And if you wouldn't mind sharing the link to your book in the chat, that'll make it easy for ladies who want to get themselves a copy to be able to click on that and do that today. So thank you so much for that powerful talk, for that beautiful song. What a great way to kick off our day. So I just need to make things possible for our next speaker to get on screen with me here. Joan, are you there, Joan?
I am here.
Okay, I just clicked to ask to start your video. There we go. Yeah, I had to turn it off earlier just because you had stepped away and we were going live. So I'm glad we got it to work here. So I'm going to introduce you, Joan, and then you can take it away. So Joan Portman is a passionate advocate for finding creative ways to improve people's lives, in part due to more than 9 years coordinating her Healing Environments program, following a 30-year career as an interior designer and feng shui practitioner. Joan inspired more than 300 volunteer crafters from her community to create handmade items of comfort for hospital patients, such as Afghans, hair loss caps, baby blankets, mastectomy, and heart pillows. These were then offered as gifts to more than 26,000 patients by on-site hospital volunteers. Joan recently completed the manuscript for her book about the program, Creating a Healing Place, How a Dedicated Group of Volunteers Touched Thousands of Lives, which she intends to publish soon. It is a compilation of true stories about experiences as the lives of patients and their families were enhanced. When not writing or crocheting, Joan thoroughly enjoys time with her family and friends, kayaking, biking, gardening, and hiking. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Joan Portman.
Thank you, Charla. Thank you so much. And welcome everyone, and thank you for being with us today. I'd like to take you on a journey with me to invite you to come along. It began in August of 2000 when my husband Ron received a phone call. Your father has collapsed. He's paralyzed on his right side. I'm very sorry to tell you, he has brain cancer. To say our family was thrown into tumult is a huge understatement. Harry, my dear sweet father-in-law, was the patriarch of our family, a gentle, kind, but strong individual, a wonderful personality, great laugh, sparkling blue eyes, and a head of wavy red hair. He was beloved by many, many people. And as we heard this message, we said, oh my God, my mind was frantic. Will he survive? What can the doctors do for him? What treatment is available? How can I possibly help? Ron flew to Maine to get Harry and bring him back to MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston. I had celebrated my 50th birthday that year, and yes, I wondered what this next decade would bring. As my friends said, well, you know, you're only as old as you think you are, and so whatever you want to do, go for it. I was happily married to my best friend and the love of my life. We had been blessed with 3 wonderful kids, 16 to 23 at that time. And I was enjoying my interior design career and feng shui practicing with many wonderful clients. Life was good. And then I was able to take a leave of absence from my work to be with Harry during those days. And in the beginning, he was being taken for many, many tests so that the staff could try to determine the best course of action and the best treatment for him. On the third day, we waited and waited for test results, which never came. And by the end of that day, we were both exhausted from being in that place of not knowing. So I kissed him goodnight, dragged myself out to my car, got in, and just started sobbing as I spoke with God. Why does he have to suffer? What will the doctors be able to do for him? And how can I possibly help? Well, I got an answer to that last question almost immediately. It was as if God said, Joan, you're an interior designer and feng shui practitioner. Use your skills, knowledge, and experience and help uplift the energy in his room and make it more comfortable for him. Right, okay. So just a little bit of an explanation about feng shui. At its most basic form, it is the study of energy, known as qi. And feng shui practitioners use the knowledge and the principles of feng shui to help uplift the environments in spaces that human beings live to improve their lives. And so realizing how immensely important feng shui is to the environment and how important the environment is to well-being, I returned home with a renewed sense of energy. And I started dashing around the house, collecting things to take to Harry's room the next day. He was always cold. And my sweet mother-in-law, a wonderful knitter, had made a beautiful, colorful Afghan for him. And although she had passed away 2 years prior to this, the love, her special brand of TLC, was embedded into every fiber. And I'm sure that he would be really happy to have her warm, loving embrace around him. I knew the nights could be long and that perhaps he wouldn't be sleeping well. So I gathered his favorite music on CD and some audiobooks and his Walkman and headset so that he could escape into that other place if he needed to. I wanted him to know that we, his family, were with him even when we couldn't be there physically. We had a recent photo of him surrounded by his children and grandchildren. And when I got to his hospital room the next day, I placed this with intent, facing outward, so that anyone approaching his bed would see this photo. And I did this with the intent of sending a subliminal message. Yes, this is the brain cancer in 304, but he is so much more than that. He is a human being who is loved. This is his team. So treat him with dignity and respect, love and caring, and do your best for him. I gathered the already impressive number of get well cards that he had received from family and friends and his store clientele who just loved him so much. And I hung those all around his room to bring cheer and color and life to the room, but also so that he would remember that he was not being forgotten. As a feng shui practitioner, I knew it was vital to balance the elements in the room. And I won't go into great detail here, but in any hospital room, there is a lot of metal. All of the gases tubes that come out from the wall, the bed was metal, and those ever beeping monitors. And so I received permission from the nurses to bring in a live orchid plant. This beautiful, serene touch of nature with its pure white blossoms with deep purple throats and graceful green leaves adorned his room and bloomed all 5 weeks that he was at MD Anderson. Excuse me. I sat with him day after day, and I noticed that the staff would stop in front of this beautiful plant, this unexpected element in a hospital setting, and they would just drink in its beauty and serenity. They also, as I sat with him, I noticed that day after day, the staff would take advantage of that photo I had brought in to have a human-to-human conversation with Harry before addressing his medical issue. These items served to transform Harry's room into a much more comfortable personal space for him, but also one much more conducive to healing. My sweet father-in-law received pinpoint laser radiation during the following weeks. And this was a state-of-the-art treatment at that time. And yes, it shrunk the tumors. And so he was able to walk again. But unfortunately, other tumors developed in areas of his brain, which, if radiated, would have very definitely negatively impacted the quality of his life. So after consideration and talking with us and his physician, he opted for quality of life rather than longevity. And he passed in May of 2001, 9 months after his diagnosis. My sweet husband had made music mixes for him. And this was a collection of his and Sylvia's favorite music, the big band era, lots of show tunes, and Louis Armstrong's raspy voice. But what was playing when Harry breathed his last? His and Sylvia's special song, Claire de Lune. It was as if she came for him. There is a silver lining to this sad tale. I'm not going to take you down a rabbit hole the whole day. All the comfort items that I've mentioned became the seeds of my Healing Environments program, which I founded in January of 2008. By that time, I had completed my career, my 30-year career as an interior designer, and my husband Ron and I had moved from Houston to Eastern Pennsylvania for his work. But I hadn't a clue what was next for me. As I was talking with neighbors, my new neighbors next door one day, I was telling them about my concept, and they said, oh, well, St. Mary Medical Center nearby has healing gardens. Maybe they'll be interested. So I took the concept to Lil, the director of volunteer services, and she was indeed interested. She loved the idea. And she in turn introduced it to the board of directors, and they voted to fund the program for a 1-year trial. Well, it became a 9-year hit, beloved by the patients, their families, and the staff. And we enlisted the help of area crafters, and their skills in knitting, crocheting, and sewing were just amazing, and their love of giving truly impressive. We set an initial goal of stockpiling 300 Afghans. Why did we do this? Well, we didn't want to start offering them as gifts to the patients only to run out in short order. We had no idea how many we would give out in any given time. So we did stockpile these blankets. Okay, so the program was introduced in January of 08. By March of 08, we had 300 and more. We had ordered cabinets for housing the blankets, but they hadn't yet arrived. So we were storing all of these Afghans in huge black trash bags. And with everything that had come in, we had created a huge mountain of trash bags in Lil's office in the corner. And I have this hilarious image of me bringing yet another bag in, and Lil was sitting at her desk. And I started to apologize for taking over so much space in her already small office. And she said, Joan, are you kidding? I love it. I show everyone who comes in my office what these crafters have been able to create in 3 short months. It's nothing short of a miracle. And indeed it was. Well, how did this miracle occur, you might ask? And I wondered the same thing. But I heard from a number of the crafters that crafters have stash closets. And of course I have one of my own. And they had been making Afghans, shawls, hats, scarves, all kinds of items, and storing them in these closets, not knowing where or to whom they would be given. When they heard about this new program through their crafter grapevine at their favorite local hospital, they were thrilled to be able to contribute. And what happened was they emptied their closets, brought them to St. Mary, and eventually we were able to give them to our seriously ill patients. And they also cleared out their closets, so they were able to make more, and they did. St. Mary happily supplied Easy Care acrylic yarn for all of the crafters, and they created their beautiful items and many, many comfort items that we were told about by the nursing staff from time to time. Also, the local chapter of American Sewing Guild, the Chicks chapter, who do everything for community service, started sewing neck roll pillows, heart pillows, mastectomy pillows for cancer patients who had had a breast removed, and also dignity robes for radiation patients, so only the area that was going to be radiated would be exposed. They also made machine sewn quilts. Each gift was beautifully wrapped, and an ecumenical blessing card was included. Quite a few of the crafters made baby items, and these were given to the newborns, but also to the preemies in the neonatal intensive care unit. And several of the crafters decided they would make bereavement blankets for the babies who died. These were tiny, 12 by 12 inches, and little tiny hats for their heads. They were offered to the families of the babies who died as a symbol of our caring by the nurses with great empathy and devotion. The families wouldn't be carrying home a warm little bundle, but at least St. Mary could express our condolences to them by these symbols of our love and caring. Also included in these were beautiful, one-of-a-kind handmade cards made by Peg, one of our artists and craftsmen. And this little blessing was included. May God, who listens to each prayer, love and keep you in his tender care. Our intent with making everything by hand was to create a human-to-human contact and human-to-human caring, and to let the patients know that we love them and cared for them, and that others who would never meet them, never know them, were thinking about them. They clearly understood, these people, the crafters, who many of whom had been patients or had had loved ones who had been patients, clearly understood what these people were going through with dealing with chronic and severe illness. We also made hand-tied fleece blankets during this time. This was a favorite item. You don't have to know how to knit, crochet, or sew to be able to make these. All you need is sharp scissors, very important, a ruler, and about 1.5 yards of fleece fabric. And this was easy to do. Even elementary school students in our area and local scout troops loved to make these and donate them to the patients. Besides our army of crafters, which numbered over 300, on-site volunteers visited with the patients. We also had volunteers specially trained to be able to keep vigil at the bedside of the dying. They were known as No One Dies Alone Comfort Companions. And many of them had sat vigil for loved ones and friends and knew exactly how to make the space and keep a beautiful, blessed space for transition for these patients. Providing these comfort items also created calmer and less stressed patients. So an added benefit was that there were fewer nurses' call button alerts. Occasionally a patient would die, and we tried to keep them in their hospital room for the family to be able to gather. But sometimes the family lived farther away and wouldn't be able to get here soon. So the deceased had to be taken down to the morgue, to the viewing room. And even though this was a serene, calming environment, it had of necessity to be kept cold. So the chaplains and clergy would come to our office, get a either masculine or feminine colored blanket and take it to cover the deceased. Then when the family arrived, they would know that we were caring for their loved one in this special way and being cognizant of this chill that the family would certainly feel. The clergy would also have dimmed lighting in the room and lit battery operated votive candles and be playing soft music. They also stayed to welcome the family and to comfort them in their time of grief. They would offer prayers and blessings appropriate to their religion if desired, or just be with them while they grieved and to hear about their loved one. So at 58, what had only been a dream in my life became reality. And I ran the program for 9.5 years. At 67, I started writing my book about the program, though in reality, I had been collecting stories and thank you notes and quotes in preparation for writing the book all through the program. At 67, I started writing the book. And as Charla mentioned, the title is Creating a Healing Place, How a Dedicated Group of Volunteers Touched Thousands of Lives. In that 9.5-year period, we touched over 26,000 patient lives. And that's not to mention the families and the staff. It's a little bit like the Chicken Soup for the Soul series, but in a hospital setting. At 70, I completed the manuscript. Woohoo! And now at 71, I'm learning the lovely learning curve of social platform media building and seeking the perfect literary agent for my book and the perfect publisher. As I was building my platform, I was really blessed to discover this fabulous group of women known as One Woman. Thank you, God. During a recent chat with a friend who has been with me along this journey, she said, Joan, so once the book is published, what's next? And besides book signings and tours, hopefully, I hadn't really thought. But then a few days later on a coaching call with Jackie and Charla, Charla said to me, Joan, you have a mission inside of you. And I thought, well, that's something you don't hear every day. And a few minutes later, this email arrived. So the title of the program is So Many Smiles, and so is spelled S-E-W, Creating Brighter Days with Handmade Love. We are on a mission to spread love, joy, and comfort to those who need it most. Are you a crafter, artisan, or creator of something you make with love? We are lighting up the world with your handmade items. Whether it's a hand-sewn teddy bear for a child dealing with cancer, the comfort and warmth of a quilted blanket, or knitted hat and mitts for someone living on the street, your handmade gift makes a difference. Our goal is 10 million smiles. How many can you help us make? So now I know what's next. I don't have all of the logistics or plans worked out yet, but it's a fabulous start, and I'm not going to let those little details hold me back. And thank you, Charla. Our lives are lived in phases. If you find yourself at the start of a new decade or a new phase, and you're disappointed or stressed with where you are at this point, I encourage you to welcome your future with enthusiasm. Be open to opportunities coming your way, to miracles happening in unexpected ways, and to blessings coming in surprising ways. Nothing, I repeat, nothing that you have experienced in your personal life so far is wasted. It has all been needed to bring you to where you are today and to prepare you for what's next. Had I not accompanied my sweet father-in-law on his journey with brain cancer, I wouldn't be who I am today or where I am today. Your life purpose has brought you here, providing everything that you need to fulfill your life and to fulfill your purpose. Our power lies within. But how do we access that power? Most content people are those who have found their purpose and are living it. If you ask yourself, what truly inspires and motivates me, that answer to that question is your life purpose. Now listen without putting up any roadblocks or allowing any concerns that have held you back to barge in. Set any thoughts aside that may have stopped you in your tracks before. If you think about it, you've probably been receiving taps on the shoulder or nudges about this thought from time to time. This time, listen, sit with it, own it. How do you feel? Are those electric chills coursing up and down your body? Do you have butterflies? That's okay, that's normal. But does it touch your heart? You may feel those butterflies, but surrender any concerns or any doubts to God, to spirit, or to the universe. Envision yourself releasing them, letting them go. And in that next moment, stand strong, ready and open to receiving and living your purpose. You don't need to have all the answers at this time. Your willingness to stand open to receiving will give the signal to the universe that you're ready, that you desire to embrace that purpose and share it with others. When I read and reread Charla's email, and even as I think of it now, those electricity is zinging through my core, empowering me and confirming the belief that yes, So Many Smiles is the next mission for me. I'm thrilled and grateful with my life so far and excited to begin the next phase of my life. I'd like to leave you with a quote by our recently departed and so very talented Olympia Dukakis. God love you. It ain't over till it's over. Thank you.
Beautiful, Joan. That was so fantastic, so inspiring. I think we all have goosebumps. Yeah, absolutely. So well done. And so what I wanted to mention to everybody is when I emailed you the agenda, I included everybody's email address and website. If you're inspired by Joan today, want to get involved with So Many Smiles, definitely reach out to her. And yeah, as she puts it all together, you know, you can definitely be a part of it. So thanks so much, Joan.
Thank you, dear.
Awesome, awesome. All right, as I promised earlier, you would hear from the one and only amazing Jackie Somerville. So I'm going to introduce Jackie. I'm just going to switch on a couple things here. All right, now from Los Angeles, California comes a sensational storyteller with some real stories about the joys of fashion, first class, and her other favorite F words, and how you can indulge in them too. Jackie Somerville is a best-selling author, speaker, successful entrepreneur, and co-founder of 100 Most Powerful Women. She coaches her international roster of clients on everything from men to money and from sex to success. Jackie draws on a lifetime of challenging and rewarding experiences. Oh yeah, ladies, well, she's been married a few times. She's immigrated twice. She's been fat, slim, broke, rich, and followed her dreams to a life of excitement, adventure, passion, and purpose. Along the way, she's proven that big love and big money really do matter. Please welcome the one and only Jackie Somerville.
Woo! Thank you, Charla. Oh my gosh. And those 100 powerful women make me so proud. You did such a brilliant job. Hi, everybody. So great to be with you today. Yes. In 1998, I woke up to the fact that my life was pretty damn crappy. It wasn't what I'd signed up for. I was living in a small rental apartment, paycheck to paycheck. I was in a dying relationship, in a dead-end job, and I was about 33 years old. And the weird thing was, up until then, I'd lived a pretty charmed life. So what had happened? And I woke up going, this is not my beautiful life. It's kind of like the melody from that Talking Heads song playing in my head. And this is not what I signed up for. What happened? What went wrong? And what does one do when you find yourself like that? When you go to bed at night with this pit in your stomach, terrified to lay your head down and close your eyes because you know the worry is just going to take over. How am I going to pay that bill? How am I going to pay the rent? What is going to happen when it all runs out? How many of you have worried about money? How many of you are worrying about money right now? How many of you have wasted too many nights, too many days in fear of losing money? Or what are you going to do when it runs out? Or how are you going to make all the bills at the end of the month? When the month runs out before the money, or the money runs out before the month. You've all experienced it. I know you have. And I'm going to challenge you today to put an end to that worry once and for all. And I'm going to help you do that. So stay tuned. You never want to worry about money again. It's the biggest waste of energy and the biggest waste of your life ever. And I'm going to help you drop that. So what did I do? Found myself in the complete doldrums. Didn't have any resources in that moment because I was up to my eyeballs in credit card debt and I was flailing around. And I thought, I got to go back to what I know. What's really happened here? What's really happened was that I'd stopped dreaming. I'd bought into all the narrative of society. You got to live in reality. You got to do things a certain way. You got to have a job. You've got to, save for a rainy day. I'd bought into all of that and my life had become incredibly depressing and boring and mundane and ridiculously pathetic. And I had always known that there was a great life out there. I had tasted some of it already. I'd had amazing things happen in my life. And I had met some very wealthy people who lived incredible lives. I knew it was out there, but how was I going to access that? But because I was in such doldrums, I knew that I had to figure something out. So I went on a crazy mission to study how rich people became rich, how successful people became successful, and I devoted my life to it. And it wasn't long before opening my mind and deciding to change my life that I realized a single phrase was everything. Your thoughts and your beliefs create your life. Nothing else. Nothing else. Your thoughts and your beliefs create your life. And when I accepted that and I realized that and I bought into that and I made a decision to believe that no matter what anybody told me, no matter how many times other people went into victim mode, no matter how much I looked at my life and couldn't see my way out of it, I didn't let that falter or alter me at all. I kept that thing. My thoughts and my beliefs create my life. Therefore, I have 100% control over my life. No one else does. And I can control my life, not with anything externally. Yeah, my bank account was in a bad way. Yeah, my credit cards were maxed out. But that didn't matter because what did I have? My thoughts and my beliefs. And I had 100% control over that. And I bought into it. I suspended all disbelief. And I'm going to challenge you to buy into that with me today. Your thoughts and your beliefs create your life. And once I had bought into that fully, I said, well, what do I want then? What do I want to dwell on? What do I want to think about all day? And I got crystal clear and I got out a daytimer, a journal, and I wrote down what I wanted my life to look like. And I said, I think I'll have a home in the sun. Because I was living in Vancouver, BC at the time. And as many of you know, that's kind of a dreary place in the wintertime, especially. It's a hell of a lot of rain. And for a South African girl, all that rain and gray was very difficult to take. So I said, well, I think I'll have a place in the sun, at least for part of the year. And then in brackets, I wrote, maybe all year round. And then I thought, I think I'd like a ranch because I'd grown up riding horses and I was a show jumper. And now I found myself in this tiny little rental apartment. You can see how my life had really taken a turn for the worse. And I was like, yeah, horses, they're my life. They're part of my life. Back to horses. I'll have horses. I'll have a farm actually where I'll keep those horses. So I'll have a beautiful little farm, some horses, a place in the sun, a gorgeous penthouse or pied-à-terre in Vancouver. Yes, I wrote all of that down. I got super clear. I thought, well, I've always loved fashion. So yeah, I'm going to say that I really do want to have a gorgeous wardrobe of beautiful fashion. A hint, one of my F words, as we talked about this title of this talk is all about my favorite F words. Well, fashion is one of them. I'm proud to admit that. So I said, yeah, I'll have a new wardrobe from Paris and Milan every season. Thank you so much. And then I also said, well, I'm passionate about animals and about the environment. So I'd like to be a philanthropist. I'd like to save the wilderness. I'd like to help save the lives of animals and stop cruelty. So I wrote all of that down. I was crystal clear about what I wanted my life to look like. I also wanted, like most of you, to do a lot of amazing travel. But I knew that my travel had to be first class all the way. First class, 5-star hotels, that was it, wrote it down. And I didn't let my current circumstances affect what I wrote down that day. I got super clear because I knew my thoughts and beliefs created my life, and I was going to dwell on this new life. That's where my thoughts and beliefs were going to go 100% and nothing else mattered. So every day I read that little list, and every day I got excited when I felt myself riding those horses, when I saw my farm in my mind's eye, when I saw my beautiful residence in the sun, and I felt my life, I could feel myself traveling first class. I went there every day, and I 100% bought in to my most important F word that I'm going to share with you today, faith. I 100% bought in with undying faith that what I had written down was my new life, period, end of story. And that my current circumstances didn't matter a row of beans. So I had that clear. What else could I do in that doldrum life? What else could I do to move closer to this life that I had written down? While trusting in full faith that it was in the hands of something even more powerful than me, that all I needed to work on was my thoughts and beliefs, and then hand the rest over to this divine power that had been so instrumental in everything else in my life leading up to that point. And I had let it go, and I was finding my way back to it. What else could I do? Well, I could go around more than filling the current space I had. I could utilize the resources that I did have in that moment. And you might think you didn't have any. No, I didn't to the outside world, but I did inside of me. I could still find some things that I could do a better job at that didn't take money. I could get healthier. I could make the most of this incredible body that I'd been given. I could make it healthier and fitter and stronger. I could eat better. I could work out more. I could do some things to improve my current life with where I was, with what I had in the moment. A very important part, by the way, of manifesting your dream life. What else was within my direct power? I could get a new job. Since the one that I was in wasn't paying me enough to even cover my bills and I was sinking deeper into debt, well, I could get a new job, even though I knew that no job was going to pay me enough to fulfill this list that I was so clear on, but that wasn't my concern. That big list was up to something more powerful than me, faith. Faith had that big list covered, but I could improve my current circumstances and help myself to get into more faith, to feel confident by getting a better job. And so I did. I got a better job. And all of this just took place in about 6 weeks to 3 months, where I was working on myself, doing a good job, completely surrendered to the fact that my big vision was coming. Why? Because it was only up to me. My thoughts and beliefs controlled my life. So, wouldn't you know, one day I'm feeling great because I got a new job. I started to buy a few new clothes. I'm on top of the world. I'm living as that prosperous woman. I'd already decided that was me, and I'd done some few things on the ground, as it were, to get myself into that prosperity headspace. Are you living in a prosperity headspace? Do you have the mindset of a prosperous woman? Because if you don't, I encourage you to fill out an application for 100 Most Powerful Women and pursue this incredible opportunity of shifting your mindset and of buying in fully to faith and of taking control over your own destiny, because it is in your hands. And one of the things that Charla and I do is we work on this foundational stuff. This is behind everything we do, so that your mindset will be that of a prosperous woman, never to be swayed. And I had that mindset. I'd bought into it completely. And so one night in August of 1999, I strutted into a restaurant feeling on top of the world. No one would have ever thought that I still had a whole bunch of credit card debt. I had become that woman who'd written that stuff down, who was living the life there. That's who I had become. In my mind, I was already her. And I had on this new outfit, and I had this new job that was paying me more, that helped me to feel prosperous. I'd done things to help me to feel prosperous so that I could usurp the personality of a prosperous woman. And I walked into this restaurant as a confident, prosperous woman. And a man sitting at the bar noticed. And in that moment, my life changed. And within about 6 more weeks, I became a multi-millionaire. I became a multi-millionaire. There were no coincidences that I walked into that restaurant that night. There were no coincidences that that man who was going to change my life, well, everything I'd done up until that point changed my life. He was just the catalyst that the divine had placed there to bring it all about. Because you see, God, divine intelligence, the universe has ways and means that you and I have not even thought about. And one of the amazing things I want to help you with is when I wrote that list down, I didn't contemplate how I was going to do it. I didn't know how I was going to bring in the millions of dollars that took for me to buy a farm, to buy all that fashion, to become a well-known animal philanthropist. I didn't know how to do that. All I could do, what was directly in front of me, which was to get a new job. Knowing full well it wasn't going to make those things come true. It was going to help me in the moment, and that was good. Faith. Faith tells us that we don't have to know how. So buy in today completely to my first and most favorite F word, faith. And it is one of the foundations that Charla and I work with our 100 most powerful women, because it is the be all and end all of everything else. When we have nothing in our lives, just like I did in that moment in my little apartment, living paycheck to paycheck. When we get to that point where we have nothing else, what do we have? We always have faith. Always. It's there always. So it is the most powerful foundation of all of the other things that we do. So faith combined with true desire of knowing what I wanted. You got to get crystal clear on what you want. Do you know what you want? Have you bought into this notion that prosperity is a very good thing? And do you allow yourself to think really big? For those of you for whom religion sometimes gets in the way of allowing yourselves to dream, of allowing yourselves to think in terms of great prosperity, allowing yourselves to believe that you are deserving, remember that Jesus had a treasurer, and Mother Teresa flew around in a private jet. Why? Well, it enabled her to help a lot more people, because she could get from A to B really quickly, to be in a room where all those philanthropists were, all those billionaires who would then donate millions and millions and millions of dollars to her cause so she could go back and help poor people. It enabled her to do more in the world, to have an even greater impact. Prosperity enabled her to do that. Prosperity is a wonderful, beautiful, amazing thing. Financial overflow, financial freedom, an F phrase, F words that we are absolutely obsessed with. Are you ready to buy into complete financial overflow? Are you ready to claim your life as a prosperous woman? Claiming it and owning it are where it's at. You got to be it before you get it. You got to be it before you get it. Are you ready to step into the shoes of a prosperous woman? And I always like to show the shoes that I'm wearing. So today I got my neon orange Jimmy Choos, and I like to wear my high heels even when I'm speaking, because it gets me into the state of a speaker. It gets me into the state of like being on the stage, the energy, all of that, the state of mind, the belief, all of this stuff matters. So are you in the state of a prosperous woman? Are you waking up in the morning wearing schlumpy clothes, not making your bed, not exercising your body? Because if you're not doing those things, you're not acting as a prosperous woman. Are you claiming boldly what you desire in your life? Because if you're not acting as a prosperous woman. You got to act it and be it before you get it. It is not the other way around. Financial overflow, financial abundance comes because you claim it and you become a prosperous woman in your mind and in your belief system first. So I became a multimillionaire in my early 30s, and I was living the life of Riley. And every single thing that I'd written in that journal on that day in that little rental apartment came true, and then some. I didn't only fly first class on airplanes, I flew on private jets. God delivered even more than I had the audacity to ask for, and did it in such a way that I could never have imagined. Miracle upon miracle upon miracle. And I found myself with a magnificent home in Punta Mita, Mexico, a multi-million-dollar home on the Pacific Ocean. I had this gorgeous ranch in the interior of British Columbia with some spectacular show horses. I had my beloved Jack Russell Terrier, Spencer Somerville, my dog, the love of my life. I had become a well-known animal philanthropist. I was a woman who was able to put distant cousins and distant relatives through really great university educations. I'd become a woman who was able to fly her parents first class to places. When they needed a new television, I could just go out and send them a new flat screen TV, whatever. A relative of mine needed a car, was struggling, got a new job, didn't have a vehicle. I was able to buy him a vehicle. All of these amazing things I was able to do with financial overflow, because I had decided that day in that little apartment that my thoughts and beliefs create my life, and that I was a prosperous woman from that moment on. So it led me to so many of my favorite F words. The fashion I desired, the first class travel and private jet travel, the philanthropy, it's a PH word, but hey, we were going to throw it in here with the F's. The philanthropy that my heart desired. Who are you thinking about right now that you would love to help? Because I know you've thought about it so many times when you go, God, if I just had the money, wouldn't I love to put her through school? Oh, if only I had the money, wouldn't I love to fund her business? God, I wish I could help her. Oh, I see them struggling. I wish I could pay off their mortgage. Oh, look at that car she's driving to work, and every day it's breaking down. I wish I could just buy her a new car.
How many times have you thought about things like that and you've had to say no to yourself? How many times? We don't want you to have to say no anymore. When you see people in need, animals in need, societies in need, and it pulls on your heartstrings and you're called to help, from this moment on, I want you to have the freedom to say yes. And you do that by claiming your own financial freedom, your own financial overflow, by becoming a prosperous woman in mind and soul first. That's what you do so that you can say yes. You can become a woman of impact. I know that's what you want, but you got to claim prosperity for yourself first. The divine does not give us what we are not prepared to give ourselves. And every desire in your heart comes from God or from universal intelligence. Every desire in your heart, it's there because you've been given what it takes to make it come true. All it starts with is your thoughts and your beliefs. Create your life and buy into that with undying faith. Undying faith. Suspend all disbelief. So I had so many of my favorite F words going on, but there was something I was missing. Years into that life, I stood at these huge floor-to-ceiling windows of my magnificent ranch house that had been featured in magazines and the Robb Report vacation homes for multimillionaires and billionaires around the world. It was spectacular. I had designed it from the ground up with an architect and a designer, everything I ever wanted in a house. It was so beautiful. And I had this rolling grasslands went down to this beautiful lake. And my magnificent show horses were down there at the lake free, just eating grass with their hooves in the water. And I was like, oh man, everything I ever dreamt of came true so quickly. Why am I feeling so empty? I have everything I ever asked God for. And by the way, I also had the love of a man the majority of that time. But now the passion had gone and I found myself with no passion and no purpose. What did that mean? I didn't have fulfillment. One of the most important F words with financial freedom that there is, and faith, fulfillment. I found fulfillment was missing in my life. I had the financial freedom and the financial overflow and everything money could buy, and I was lacking fulfillment. And it's only when you put those two things together that you are living your greatest life. It's only when you put those two things together that you are living up to your full potential. You need money to live up to your full potential. Oh, believe me, we can't get in front of the people we need to get in front of. We can't promote our message. We can't sell our products and services without money. We can't educate ourselves and others without money. We cannot live up to our full potential without money. And we cannot do it and feel alive and filled up with joy and have our hearts overflowing with love without fulfillment. So I needed fulfillment. And I realized that there were a few things missing in my life to bring me this passion, this purpose, in other words, fulfillment. I was missing a great love, a great passionate love. And I was also missing helping others, impacting other women, helping other women to step into their prosperity. That's what was missing in my life. There was this calling on my life to be on stages, this calling on my life to impact women, to help them uncover what I'd uncovered that day in that little apartment at the age of 33 and turn my life around, become a multimillionaire overnight. Wasn't I supposed to be sharing that message with the world? That's what was missing in my life. So I thought, oh man, I need to be an entrepreneur and I need to go and share this message with the world. So I put that out there and I said, God, this is my next dream. My next dream is to be in personal development, to help women especially uncover these truths that I have uncovered and lived in my life so far. So many women struggling financially. I want to help them discover financial freedom, and I want them to help them discover prosperity, faith, and fulfillment. And so I put that out there. And oh man, like I said, we don't have to worry about the house because the divine delivers in ways and means we had no idea were coming our way. And one day, walking into a grocery store in California, because I was down at my beautiful vacation home in the California desert, because you know, places in the sun were super important to me, right? Still are. By the way, I live on the water in Los Angeles, California. So you all know how that little thing turned out, the in brackets that I put all year round. I'd like a place in the sun for part of the year in brackets or all year round. Well, I'm looking out at the sun and at the palm trees right now in front of this window. And I live on the waterfront in Los Angeles, California. And that was not a plan I had, and I did not have a strategy. I had a plan of faith, a plan of belief, a plan of controlling my thoughts, a plan of buying into the fact that I was a prosperous woman who could have anything and be anything she desires to have and to be. And also that the desires of our hearts come from the divine. So open up to your desires and quit judging yourself for them. They were put in your heart because they were meant to be materialized. And on your way to becoming the woman that you need to be to claim even the material desires of your heart, you impact other people. This is what I've discovered. It's amazing when we are living our own dreams, how we give others permission to do the same. How when we're living our own dreams, we're having a massive impact on other people's lives. And yet we judge ourselves, don't we? We judge ourselves for our desires. We don't want to be too materialistic, so we step back. And God, this divine universe, is asking us to step up to be fully ourselves, to claim everything that's rightfully ours. The desires in your heart are righteous. They come from a righteous place. And in your pursuit of your desires, you will be influencing and impacting others like you cannot believe. And I want you to trust that now and stop saying no to yourself. And when you leave the summit today, go and write down everything you want without a filter, just like I did on that day, because God delivers in ways and means that you and I cannot imagine. How is it that we fall on hard times? How is it that it takes us forever to manifest stuff that we have supposedly claimed it as ours? Because our faith gets rocky, because we are messed up by all of the reality of society, all the narratives we've bought into. Charlotte mentioned that money and stuff, everything we put around it is just a story. How do we break away from that? I'm not saying it's easy. It's very difficult. It's very difficult in the face of maybe your bank is calling. Maybe you've got a bill that you don't know how you're going to pay at the end of the month. In the face of what people like to call reality. In the face of not knowing how do you keep the faith? But that's why working with coaches and mentors and being a part of a strong, incredible group of women who are on the same trajectory as you matters. That's why it's so important. I have hired many, many coaches in my life, and I still do, even though I'm one and I'm a damn good one. I still hire coaches because I still want to reach higher and reach for more. And when I'm struggling, I want to have a place where I can turn, because we are battered by all of the stuff in societal reality, and we're battered by all the crap we grew up believing. Our original thoughts and beliefs came from others. Our original thoughts and beliefs came from an honest place. Now, as adults who know better, we must do better, and we must claim a new set of thoughts and beliefs, knowing full well that that's what's creating our destiny. But your original thoughts and beliefs still hold you back. Yes, they do. Those paradigms, we all have them. And it's difficult to rise above that. So being a part of a group that believes in you when you don't believe in yourself, and having two coaches who will go to bat for you like no one else ever will, that matters. And for those of you who want to look into 100 Most Powerful Women, I know Charlotte posted the link to filling out an application. It is by application only now, because we need to make sure that we're working with people for whom it's a great fit and vice versa. And one of those things we look for is, have you stepped into a prosperity mindset? Or are you at least bold enough to say, yes, I want that. I'm admitting I don't know how. I know you guys know how to help me get there, but yes, I want it. Because does it feel so beautiful to be in financial overflow? Does it feel so beautiful to be able to have that impact on other people? Yes, it absolutely does. It feels incredible. And when you are living your life on purpose, fulfilling what you came to this earth to fulfill, that's when you are truly living your best life. Which is why we believe in the power of female entrepreneurship. Yes, you can become prosperous through other means. But to me, through my own experience of becoming prosperous through numbers of different means, nothing means more to me than doing it as a financially independent entrepreneur. A woman who writes her own ticket. The more female entrepreneurs we have with $1 million and multi-million-dollar businesses, the more powerful this world is going to be. The more healthy this world is going to be. The more loving this world is going to be. So we are on a mission to create more female millionaires and multimillionaires that the world has ever had. And we do that through helping you with your entrepreneurial journey. So if you even have a little business idea, or you would love to be in business, but you don't even know what yet, fill out an application and we'll talk to you about that. Because we are obsessed with helping women become very powerful entrepreneurs. Because it was through becoming a powerful entrepreneur that I finally found the fulfillment piece that I was looking for. And God brought that to me through a very strange set of circumstances. I think I have till 10 too, right, Charlotte?
You are good for another 8 minutes.
Oh, another 8 minutes. All right, good. Thanks for the update. Okay, so passion. Yeah, God has ways and means that we haven't thought of, right? So now I needed fulfillment, and I asked God for passion and for purpose, and God delivered in a nanosecond, because I walked into that grocery store that day, and a 22-year-old, what looked like a 22-year-old, gorgeous, handsome young man told me that I was very beautiful. And I was like, what did he just say? And he said, you're very beautiful. And I was thinking, shit, he's so young. Man, he's like 22 if he's a day. And so I went off with a smile on my face because my ego was kind of happy about it. And I'm coming up the next aisle, and this gorgeous, tall, deliciousness was standing there smiling at me. And he said, how are you? I said, I'm great now that you just made my day. Ha. And I was in the produce department when he came to find me, and he stuck out his hand and he introduced himself, and he said, I see you're not married. And I looked down at my finger and I said, no, but what a bizarre question for a perfect stranger to ask in the grocery store. And he just took off with this big smile on his face, so proud of himself for having the guts to hit on me. Oh my goodness, the guts, the guts. What are you holding back on because you're scared of rejection? You're scared of failure. Are you holding back on starting your business, on becoming a prosperous woman because you're scared of failure, of rejection, of success maybe? What are you scared of? Because that young man was prepared to put everything on the line to make sure that I knew who he was. And boy, did he ever stand to be rejected. I was much older than him. I was shopping in the store that he was working in, for goodness sakes. Like, what were the odds? He could have been fired for hitting on me. He took a big risk for his future. And we're going to challenge you to do that today. What are you prepared to do for your future? What are you hiding from? What fears are you hiding from? Because that's an F word we don't want you to buy into. Faith over fear every day, any day. Financial freedom over fear every day, any day. That young man had the audacity to take a risk. He stepped up for himself, and it wasn't easy. And I recognized that. And I thought, anyone like that deserves my attention. So I want to know what this is all about, because I don't believe in coincidences. God is working miracles in my life right now as we speak, as the divine is in yours. Everything is tied to your thoughts and beliefs. Everything. My thoughts and beliefs were all about bringing passion and purpose into my life. What was happening? All I knew, there were no coincidences, and whatever I'd asked God for was on its way, and I just had to say yes. Be responsible, but not sensible in your life. If you're being too sensible, you're stuck in a mundane life. You're living in the doldrums. You're not living up to your full potential. If you're being super sensible and you're not saying yes to yourself, and you're not buying yourself the mentorship and the help you need, if you're not investing in your business, if you're not saying yes to yourself as an entrepreneur, what have you bought into? What fear have you bought into? Everything. There are no coincidences once you have decided what you desire. And so that young man followed me out of that grocery store that day because persistency was the name of the game. Persistency. He wasn't going to give up on his dream. So he followed me out and he handed me a paper napkin with his name and number scrawled on it in black ink. And he said, call me. And I said, no. I said, I don't call men. You call me. And I handed him my business card. And the texts came before I even got home. And he said, can I call you when I get home today? And I said, yes. And he called me and he said, hey, do you want to get together and have some fun? And I said, hell yes, because fun is a very, very important F word. Are you having fun in your life? And as somebody who's had the great blessing of living in financial overflow, fun, there's a lot of fun to be had when you have financial freedom. There's so many amazing things, fun, extraordinary things that I've been able to say yes to in my life because I had the money to do it. Financial freedom enabled me to indulge in fun, to indulge in fashion, to indulge in first-class travel, to indulge in philanthropy. And it made my faith even stronger and stronger because I kept proving God in my life. Every time you manifest a dream, you prove God in your life. So have the guts right now to make your dreams clear, to stop wondering about how it's going to happen, to buy in with full faith, to take a risk, to have the audacity to ask for help, to invest in yourself, to risk everything for your desires, for your freedom. Just as that young man did that day. And so I said, yes, absolutely. I want to get together and have some fun. And I remember looking at myself in the mirror that night as I was getting ready, because he was coming to my house because my Jack Russell Terrier couldn't be left alone and I needed a babysitter, and it was too late to arrange a babysitter and everything was so spontaneous. And so I remember looking in the mirror saying, oh my gosh, Jacqueline, you're doing the right thing here. Remember, don't be sensible, but be responsible, right? Be responsible. And so I looked and then I said, are there any red flags? And I was like, no, the coast was clear. God gave me the clear shot with this one. And I was like, well, this is weird because I still don't know what to expect. And even though the coast was clear, I still had this like pang of anxiety because I thought, what am I going to do with him? I mean, he's so young and I didn't have video games stashed anywhere in my house. It was crazy. So all these thoughts were going through my head. And God just said, just trust me. It's the right thing. There's no red flags. It is said that in order to tune into your soul and get close to God, you must first lose your mind. You must first lose your mind, suspend all disbelief, buy into the magic. And I lost my mind that night. I absolutely did. And I had the most extraordinary fun. When that young man walked in, he didn't say anything. he just put those big arms around me and he held me in a hug so intense. It was as though I'd known him my entire life. And I didn't even believe in past life stuff, but I felt like I'd known him in a past life too. And he just walked in and the most extraordinary night followed. And the next night he came back for a dinner party, the one I'd been shopping with when I met him. And he met some of my friends. And that night, when he hugged me and he kissed me, he put me up against the wall and he said, Jackie, just so you know, I'm not leaving tonight. And you know, he never really left because I married that beautiful man in a chapel in Las Vegas, and Elvis walked me down the aisle to love me tender. And my life became so passionful, so full of purpose. Everything that was missing before came in, flooding in. And as a result of everything I went through with that young man, I created a rock solid, extraordinary business, helping women become millionaires and multimillionaires, helping women get in touch with their passion and their purpose, helping women have better sex and better relationships. Oh my goodness, talk about fulfillment. And the miracle that happened when Charlotte came to me and said, let us create 100 most powerful women where we help women become millionaires and multimillionaires, teaching them what we know for sure, which starts with our number one foundation, and that is faith. Let us believe in you when you don't believe in you. And so we created this incredible opportunity for women to work with us, so that we can believe in you when you don't believe in you. So we can hold you up when you feel like you're failing. So that you know in every minute of the day that you matter. And so that you remember every day to walk as a prosperous woman, because you gotta claim it before it comes to you. You gotta be it before you have it. It is not the other way around. It is not. So are you ready to say yes to the desires of your heart, knowing full well that they come from a divine place, that they came to you because they were meant to be manifested, not to be judged by you? Say yes to yourself, open up, become a prosperous woman in your mind first, because your thoughts and beliefs are creating your reality as we speak right now. Look around you, see where your thoughts and beliefs have brought you. If you want a new environment, you need to claim new thoughts and beliefs right now. And we will help you do that. So if you're ready, I'm going to challenge you to invite more money into your life. I'm going to challenge you to invite a prosperous life for yourself. To stop holding back, to let go of those reins, to take your foot off the brake and allow yourself to live up to your full potential in a place of financial overflow, a place of complete freedom, and a place of totally surrendered faith. So for those of you who want to go on this journey with us, fill out an application and we'll see if you're a good fit. So I invite you to invite more money into your life. Financial overflow, freedom, faith, and philanthropy. You too can have it all. We know how to help you get there. So with that, thank you so much for being here. And I am so excited to hear the rest of the 100 most powerful women speaking today. You guys are making me proud, making both of us proud. We love you all so much. And we honor you for stepping up and claiming the life that you know is rightfully yours. You've done that. You've stepped up and you've claimed it. And we are so proud of you. Back to you, Charlotte.
Brilliant, Jackie, brilliant. And I posted the link again that if anybody is inspired to apply, become part of our 100 Most Powerful Women, fill out the application. We'll be doing interviews this coming week. And like I said, we have 3 spaces for the month of June. So I would like to introduce our next amazing speaker for today. Looking beautiful and lovely. Can you unmute yourself, Ingrid?
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to introduce you, Ingrid, and then you can take it away. So Ingrid L'Amour Thomas is a 5 times Amazon bestselling author and an international motivational speaker. She is a confidence strategist and an image consultant who helps women boost their confidence by looking beautiful on the outside while feeling great on the inside so that they can show up bolder, go after what they want, and fulfill their wildest dreams. Ingrid also proudly runs her nonprofit organization, serving both her homeland, Haiti, and her community in Orlando, Florida. Its mission is to provide services to children and families from low socioeconomic communities. Are you there, Ingrid? I don't see your video on anymore. There she is. Now, if you're ready to look and feel gorgeous, please welcome Ingrid.
Thank you, Charla. I will act now. I will act now. I will act now. I will repeat these words each hour, each day, every day, until these words become as much a habit as my breathing. And the action which follows become as instinctive as the blinking of my eyelids. With these words, I will condition my mind to perform every action necessary for my success. I will act now. I will repeat these words again and again and again. I will act now. With these words, tomorrow is the day reserved for the labor of the lazy. I am not lazy. Tomorrow is the day when failure will succeed. I am not a failure. I will act now, for now is all I have. Success will not wait. If I delay, success will become wed to another and lost to me forever. This is the time. This is the place. This is the day. I am that person. And I might add, you are that person. This is a famous quote by Og Mandino. It's one of my favorite quotes. It gets me going every time I feel unmotivated. It keeps me motivated, of course, and it helps me to kick procrastination to the curb every time. So I love sharing this quote. My name is Ingrid Lomo-Thomas. I am a 5 times Amazon bestselling author, confidence strategist, and image consultant. Charla shares with you part of my bio. I have accomplished a lot in my life so far. I am very proud of it, of course. But it's not telling you everything about me, though. What my bio is not telling you is that all these accomplishments came to fruition in my life, or when I was in my 40s. It all started in my 40s. So today I'm here to give you permission, to grant you permission to soar into your purpose after 40, because it's not too late. So what if I tell you that 40 is not final? Actually, 40 is fire. 40 is fine. 40 is fashionable. 40 is fierce. Yes, it is. 40 is fabulous. Put that in the chat. 40 is not final. Yes, Doreen, I see you. 40 is fire. 40 is fierce. Put that in the chat if you are over 40 especially. Remind yourself that 40 is fierce. So today I want to share with you how you want to give yourself permission to soar after your 40s. But before I do that, I wanted to quickly share with you a little bit about my story. Do I have your permission to do that? Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Diamond. So again, As I shared, I started my entrepreneurial journey in my 40s. Like many of you watching right now, or who's gonna catch the replay, I am a late bloomer. I went back to school in my 30s, went back to school, I think I was like 35, went back to school in my 30s, started from my associate degree all the way, and I spent 7 years all the way to my master's, and graduated with my master's at the age of 42. It is not too late. I heard God tell me 3 years ago, I'm gonna elevate you. I'm gonna expose you to the world. Because see, since I was a little girl, I always knew there was something bigger about me. There was something different about me that I could hardly articulate. There was something like there was a quiet confidence about who I am and who I was supposed to be, to become when I grew up. There was that thing about me inside. I couldn't tell it to anyone. No one really understood it, even if I voiced it. But I knew that I knew that I know that I know as clearly as I'm sitting in front of you today, that something about my life was bigger than me. And it took me years to actually do it though. Why? Because we get comfortable. We encounter setbacks in our lives, right? And some out of our control, some actually come from us. So I had to take a decision and go back to school and get out there and expose myself to others who were doing the very thing that I wanted to do. So I got unstuck. I started traveling, go to conferences, and be in the room with others who are either aspiring to do what I want to do, or who are actually doing it or 10, 20 steps ahead of me. But of course, it didn't come without any sacrifices. It didn't come without any challenges. I'm sitting before you today. 6 months ago, I almost died. I had surgery. I got sick, got emergency surgery. And lo and behold, I had cancer. I just completed chemotherapy treatment 2 months ago. God is good. So aside from age, health challenges could have made me stop, but I'm still here before you to tell you that you were born to be powerful and that I was born to be powerful as well. Regardless of what's been thrown my way, life has thrown my way, the challenges, the health challenges, the body image issues, losing my hair, all of that, all the effects of chemo. But I'm here before you today to tell you that you have been given permission to soar into your 40s. And I remember when I was in corporate America, for years, I was always someone who has a long tenure in my job, 5 years, 10 years. But all of a sudden, I went through 3 jobs in 3 years. I could not, there was something that kept a recurring thing everywhere I go. And I realized that it wasn't them, it was me, just like my husband told me. That hurt when he said that. He said, babe, it's not them, it's you. That hurts. But when he said that, I understood, because this is a man who believes in my potential and my abilities, but I was sitting there at those jobs where I was unfulfilled, underutilized, and quite miserable. But as I was going to those 3 jobs in 3 years, I was running from my purpose. I was running from my passion. I was running from the thing that God has created me to do. So when I finally started and took a chance and step out there, and this is where I am today, God has been leading the way. And so I have made up my mind, no matter the challenges, the health challenges, chemo, what? I will still show up, because there are others out there that God has assigned me to. And how dare I not chase my dreams and purpose in order to give them permission to chase their dreams and purpose as well. So let me tell you how you would want to soar into your purpose after 40. The first thing you need to do, you need to shift your mindset. You need to remember, pay attention to what's playing in your mind. What's constantly playing in that playlist in your mind? What are you telling yourself about yourself? What are you listening to? Who's in your circle? That's very important, because that makes that really keeps you, either whoever is in your circle either is going to help you stagnate you, help you to stay where you are, cause you to stay where you are, or they're going to help you to catapult you into your purpose. So be careful who you surround yourself with. Make up your mind. There's power in a made-up mind. Make up your mind that come what may, I will chase my dreams. I have a purpose and I will chase my dreams. Number 2, find your passion. Your passion actually leads to your purpose. Find your passion. What drives you? Ask yourself, what drives me? What lights me up? What do I love to do? Right? What comes easily to me? All these questions will help you to find what your passion is, which will lead to your purpose. Find your why. What is your why? It is your children, your family. Is it trying to build your legacy? Your why will get you into action mode. Your why will give you the strength to keep pushing when you want to give up, no matter what. So find your why. Take the time to do that thing that God has created you to do, that thing that's in your heart. You know what it is. It's been pulling, it's been tugging at your heart for some time, right? You know it, right? Because I was there too. You know it. It's there. Tap into it. That thing that's whispering and telling you, I'm supposed to do more. There's more than this. My life is bigger than this. I have a purpose. Find it. It's there. Listen to it. It's there. Number 3, I invite you to take decisive action. Take massive action. Like I did 3 years ago, start jumping on planes by myself, don't know anyone in the rooms, but it was time for me to take action. So I invite you to take massive action. Set your goals, learn and glean from others who are 10, 20 steps ahead of you. Get yourself in the circle of like-minded individuals, like 100 most powerful women. And measure and assess your progress. Set your goals. And you'll see the result. You start reaping the results. And the more action you take, the more confident you become. And number 4, one of my favorites is look fabulous while you are crushing your goals. When you find find your passion, you find your purpose, you are taking action while you're taking action, make sure that you look fabulous doing it. Yes, make sure you look fabulous. Looking great, make sure you look great. Looking great does matter. Being intentional about what you wear, how you present yourself matters. Don't get me wrong, no one wants to be judged by their outward appearance, but looking great does matter. If you are a speaker like me, it captivates your audience. It gives you the right first impression as well. It's a conversation starter, right? For example, if you wear a statement necklace like I do, that's a conversation starter. If you wear statement earrings, that's also a conversation starter. Looking great opens doors for you. Yes, it does. It shows that you care about yourself and how you present yourself to the world. I always say every day is a job interview. And I dress for where I'm going, not where I am. And I invite you to do the same. Ask yourself, what is my style? Find your style. Find your style. Play with your personality and have fun doing it. But because we all know when you look great, guess what? You feel great. That's true. Personally, looking great has always made me feel great. It's always been something that's mine. That's my lane. It always makes me feel confident in whatever that I am doing. And wherever I go, I walk in with confidence, with my head held up high, because I know I am dressed the part and I can hold my head up high because I belong there. Looking great also elevates my confidence. And I know it will do the same for you. So make sure while you are chasing your dreams, while you are crushing your goals, look great because it will make you feel great. Especially now that we are in this digital online world, right? When you were showing up for meetings and summits, make sure that you are rocking your style, okay? And that's what I do in my online course, Look Great, Feel Great. I teach women that they can find their style, who are wondering, they feel that they are in a style rut, that they can find a style, discover their style and boost their confidence. It's a 4-week online course. So today I invite you, if you feel like fear is an issue as well, I invite you to take fear in one hand, your purpose, your passion, your destiny, your legacy in the other, and go forward. Go forward because it's your green light season. You've been given the green light to chase your dreams, to look great, to crush your goals, to leave your legacy and look fabulous and chic while you're doing it. Well, I wanted to recap. To soar into your purpose after 40. Number 1, make a mindset shift. Be intentional about what's playing in your mind. Number 2, find your passion, which will lead to your purpose. Number 3, take decisive action, take massive action. And number 4, baby, look great, look fabulous while you are doing it. You can connect with me on Facebook, IG, Clubhouse at Ingrid Motivates, and on my website, ingridlamothomas.com. But wait, I have a free gift for you. 10 ways, 10 staples, 10 fashion staples that you must have in your closet year round. Go to ingridlamothomas.com to download it and also to stay in touch with me. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to connect with you. Connect with me on my website. And All the best to you. Thank you for your time. Blessings to you. Thank you, Charlotte, for this time. Thank you, Jackie, for this time. Have a fabulous day. And remember, whatever you do it with style, do it fabulous and looking chic.
Thank you, Ingrid. Such an inspiring talk. And if you wouldn't mind sharing the link to your website in the chat, it'll just make it easier for us to log in and to download that PDF. I'm curious myself as to the if I've got those 10 staples in my wardrobe yet or not. So awesome, awesome. So I'm going to turn things over to our next amazing speaker for today, Miss Diamond. Are you there? There she is. How are you today, Diamond?
I am well, thank you, thank you.
Fantastic. Well, I am going to introduce you and then you can take it away. So ladies, you are in for a treat. Miss Diamond has performed with international superstars Michael Jackson, Mariah Carey, and John Legend, just to name a few. Now, as a certified spiritual life and health coach, she inspires women 50 and beyond to shine. Ladies, are you ready to bring your sexy back? Please welcome entertainer, mentor, and coach, Miss Diamond.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you so much. This is an amazing opportunity. And I want to thank everyone for coming and showing up for yourselves. I want to give a shout out to all the amazing speakers before me and those that will be after me. This is a wonderful day, an amazing positive energy and vibe all over the place, and I'm just loving it, and I know you are too. If you're loving all the speakers and the positive vibe, the positive energy, put Y in the chat. Yes, this is amazing, and I'm loving it. And as Ingrid said, in your 40s is fantastic. Well, let me tell you, over your 50s is fearless. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Mimi. Thank you, ladies. Yes, this is amazing. Being over 50 is fearless. Shine and embrace your beauty, bravery, and brilliance. This is our time, ladies. This is our time. This is your time to be and to become what you believe. Get your sexy back. You know, us ladies, we love being sexy, you know, getting our hair done, our nails done, our pedicures, and putting on fabulous outfits. Yes. And so, yeah, just me, myself, being over 50 is so important. It's so within all of us. 40s is fire and 50s is fearless. Yes, indeed, Doreen. Yes, yes, yes. So I am going to actually tell you a little bit about my story as a child. At age 5, I was adopted into a family abandoned by my biological family that I do not know still up till today. However, I was adopted into this family that would shape my belief in life and my reality. And you know, as a child, you know, you're adopted into this family, and being at age 5, you are very much aware that you are adopted because I know myself going from home to home up until that time. Well, being adopted by this wonderful family, picture perfect family on the outside, and there's such a amazing family. Yes, they did the best they could, because we all do the best that we could with our lives in so many ways. However, on the inside, there was a lot of turmoil going on. And with that being said, you know, because things aren't always what they seem. And I always say, you know, when you put here, we're all put here with a purpose. Even though we may not know our purpose, but all things are being worked out for our good. And even with me at the age of 5, being adopted into this amazing family was part of my journey. I was supposed to be there, even during the turmoil that was going on within. Outside, it was, like I said, it was a perfect picture of a perfect family. However, the turmoil was so intense and overbearing with religion and so on and so forth, this harsh discipline, that at age 13, I left this family, this amazing family, unfortunately. And I know you can say to yourself, what would a 13-year-old do, you know, out there in the world? Well, you can about imagine it was not anything great. It was actually going back to foster home, as well as homelessness, domestic violence, drug abuse, self-destruction, just kind of going in life with no direction, no, you know, just pain and hurt from the inside, and life not showing any type of positive way of where I should go, and so on and so forth. But I always say one part of life that's so beautiful is that everything changes, nothing stays the same. So no matter what you're going through, always remember, you are not your current situation. Because you see, this little girl, despite being adopted, despite going through all these different seasons within her life, I had hope. I always envisioned myself as a successful entrepreneur, as a successful woman living a life of luxury. That just never left me. I always envisioned myself so much more than where I was. And it happened for me. I just will never forget watching a show back in the day called The Rich and Famous. If you remember the show, The Rich and Famous, put Y in the chat. Yes, go ahead and tell your age. It's okay. It's all right. Because remember, over 50 is fearless. So there was a show called The Rich and Famous. And I'll never forget sitting in front watching one of the famous people in Malaysia. And for some reason, I actually envisioned myself in Malaysia. And at the age of 25, fast forwarding, I had an opportunity. My life shifted. It took many years from my child life to in between there of so much hurt and pain and destruction, self-destruction, that at age 25, it began to shift. My husband, for so many years, over 30 years today, gave me an opportunity to go overseas and perform. Now, let me remind you that I have never been outside of the US, okay? But I was brave. That was bravery to just go and take a step and be willing to just better myself and want to experience something more than where I was. So I decided to just go, to just pick up and go. And I had what they call a good job at the time, working for MGM Grand. But something just told me to take a chance. And I'm so glad I did, because it ended up being one of the best times of my life. I took a chance. I went overseas, performed for over 20 years, traveling all through Southeast Asia, had my daughter. I got off stage at 12 o'clock and she was coming at 3, performing for just different audiences, foreigners that I just never would imagine myself doing. If you looked at me, I was so shy in the beginning. If you looked at me, I would turn my head into where I am today. And if anyone's on here that have actually seen my performance, you'll know that that is far away from that now. So with that being said, I actually had to level up from being shy into being what I so desires, what I actually saw myself as, and that is being bold and beautiful and brave and brilliant. So within that, I embrace my beauty over the years within entertainment by picking out some fabulous clothes that I love to wear on stage, and just, you know, because you know, us women, we feel really sexy and confident when we're wearing you know, the clothes we love to wear, and our hair is fixed, our jewelry, you know, those things just make us feel good. However, beauty starts from within. And if you don't have it from within, it cannot reflect on the outside. So as time went on and I'm performing on stage, I began to embrace my beauty. And why I say that, my beauty of performing, my beauty of wanting to make others feel me and to feel good about themselves through my gift to them vocally. And it happened for me. I ended up performing in a way where people would always ask for me and request certain songs, their favorite songs from me that made them feel just great. People would come in with vibes of that they wasn't feeling good, or they were depressed, or something was on their mind, but they would leave feeling great. And things like that, I mean, that's beauty that just makes you feel great and feel amazing. And it lets you know that you're on the right path, you're doing the right thing. And that's what it's about. Because if you are aligned in your path, your journey, everything is working out for your good. And with that process, I got better and better, surrounded myself around other professional entertainers to level up and better myself to the point where I was able to, who would have thought, perform on the same stage with artists like John Legend, as you heard before in my bio by Charla, Michael Jackson, just to name a few. And this is not to impress you. This is to impress upon you that life can change. It's all about what you believe yourself to be. You see, I've always, remember when I said, I always believed myself as living a life of luxury, as this successful woman, just shopping and buying what I want to buy and just doing the things that I want to do, flying first class, going into a shop and picking out the whatever I like and not worrying about the cost of it. Well, that is the joy of embracing and shining your 3 B's, your beauty, brilliance, and bravery. See, when I was in Asia, that was the beginning of a transformation for me, of so many things, of realizing that my past does not define me. And that is so important for you to know. It doesn't matter where you come from. It all matters with where you are now and where you're going, where you're headed. And even where you are now, even if you're going through any kind of circumstances that's not of your blissful life, you're not your current circumstances. You are where your mind, what you believe, where your mind and your imagination has you to believe where you are, that's where you are. The same as when I was watching the show of The Rich and Famous. I saw myself in Malaysia. In my imagination, I was in Malaysia, and I was actually able within my travels to perform in Malaysia at Hard Rock Cafe, going and buying what I so desire to buy and not worrying about how much it costs. Because what we believe is who we are. Become what you believe. It doesn't matter what society says is beautiful. It does not matter what social media says is beautiful. You are beautiful every time you look in the mirror. So performing overseas and doing all the things that I love to do, shopping, going into the Fendi shop in Ginza, Japan, which is an extremely expensive place to be, and walking in there with confidence, because I belong there, okay? Because you couldn't tell me I did not belong there, because that's who I am. And to pick out the shades or whatever I wanted, not worrying about the cost of it, that was me. I was living my dreams. And that's what life is about, living your dreams. You can live your dreams. Ladies, we were born winners. We were born winners. We were born powerful. We were born to live our dreams. Someone put in the chat, 3 B's, beauty, bravery, and brilliance, because that's what each of us were born with from the inside. Sometimes it gets lost or it gets buried underneath, and we must embrace it and elevate it. And that's why I'm here to help you embrace your 3 B's, your beauty, your bravery, and your brilliance. Because see, with me, I'm over 50. I'm actually 56 years old. What do you think, ladies? It's all about what you believe. You deserve to live a life of blissfulness. What you desire is yours. You just gotta believe it. Thank you, ladies. I said, what? Thank you. Thank you, Doreen. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you. Thank you so much. See, I believe that age is just a number. Ladies, over 40, over 50, 60, whatever you are, get your sexy back. You are sexy. When you look in the mirror, see only beautiful, only beauty. Say to yourself, I love you. You are royalty. You are blessed. You are favored because you are. And let me tell you, if by chance, if it's something that you just don't like or you just don't care or something that you see, that's okay. Because sometimes we have to get to where we want to be. I encourage you today to just take steps to do something about it. Make a plan, exercise, eat well for your well-being. Because as Ingrid said, when you look good, you feel good. And it's the truth. If it's something that you don't like, make steps to change it, because no one can do it but you. No one can change anything in your life. You have the power to change and to become what you believe, whatever that may be. Whatever life of luxury you desire to be, whatever success is to you, you have the power to create that for yourself. I am so grateful to be where I am. I'm telling you, when you believe that you are put here for a purpose, everything lines up. Everything lines up in your favor. You must continue to just put in the work, because no one says it's gonna come easy. Nothing comes easy, but you just gotta start with believing in yourself. Believe in yourself and know that you are worthy, that you are worth it. Everything, your desires, your life, flying first class, going into Fendi shops, buying the clothes you desire, walking that walk with confidence. That's you, ladies. That's us. That's who we are. And we must live that way. We are the mothers of the earth. We must fill our cups full so we can service and help others. Because see, it's not all about us. It's about giving that gift, your gift, my gift to the world. Because if we can do it, if I can do it, so can you. So can you. When I came back to the States, actually I traveled, as I told you, overseas for over 20 years, living a fabulous life. And then a lot of you may remember in 2011, there was a 3 natural disaster in Tokyo. At that time, I was in Tokyo. The earthquake, the tsunami, and the nuclear. So at that time, 2011, I think it was around about March, I had to return back to the US. Now, I didn't want to come back, let the truth be told, because I was living my life of bliss, and I've never really been successful in the US, let the truth be told. However, I did know it's all here, begins here. So I made a prayer. I made a prayer to God that to bless me, to please be more successful in the US than I was in Japan. I came back to the US with my family. We packed up and came back. And how I knew God wanted me to be here was because I had filed my income tax and I asked for a sign. I said, Lord, if it's meant for me to go back to the US, please give me a sign. I said, please bless me to receive my income tax before we leave here, because my family was packing up and I wasn't gonna let them go without me. And I tell you no lie, the next day I was in the restroom and my husband slid the income tax check under the bathroom door. So all I could say is, I don't know what you have for me, but I'm going. I submit and I surrender. And here I am today. And I must say, with some time, I became went to school, became a certified health and life spiritual coach to help others just like me. Women over 50 need to know you are beautiful, you are fabulous. It is a new beginning of a beginning. We don't have to be caught up in sugar diabetes and all these health issues and society and social media telling us what we're supposed to look like and how we're supposed to carry ourselves and how we're supposed to walk our walk. No, we create our own walk. If I'm fabulous after 50, if I feel that, if I can, my greater living after 50, that's who I am and that's who you are. That's who you are. You don't let nobody change you. You are powerful enough to create your own world, your own desires. And so with that being said, I came here, got my certification, and became a health, life, and spiritual coach. And just now, I wrote a book called Rock Your 50s Plus that was just launched a few days ago, just a few days ago. And less than 24 hours, it was an Amazon bestseller. When you are aligned with your purpose, everything works out for your good. When you are determined to be successful, to become what you so envision in your mind, oh, you're going to get there. You're going to get there. Why? Because you are disciplined, determined, and dedicated. Don't let anyone, no one deter you from your purpose to shine and embrace your 3 B's. Do you remember what the 3 B's are? Someone put in the chat. Beauty, bravery, and brilliance. What are the 3 B's? Your beauty, bravery, and brilliance. Someone put it in the chat for me. Shine. Thank you, Doreen. Don't you forget it. You must shine. You got to shine. Let your light shine bright for the world to see. Be that walking example for someone else, because you want someone else to know and to turn their life around and say, hey, if she can do it, I can do it. You know, you never know what someone is going through, and you may be the very one to shift someone's life, to change their perspective and their belief. Sometimes you got to break your upcoming beliefs and just take on what you believe and live that life, what you believe and what you desire to have, and envision it. Because, you know, if you don't have a vision, the Bible says itself, people without a vision, they perish. Create your vision. Put it step by step, make a plan, and become what you believe. You can do it. Let your light shine bright. As Lisa Nichols said, if your light is too bright for someone else, give them some shades. Give them some shades. Tone it down for them. But don't you stop shining your light so bright, because that's who you are. You are here for others. It may not be for that particular person. Don't try to please everybody else. You're not for everybody else. God will bring the people to you that are for you and that need you. All you need to do is be you, for you, and do you authentically. Dare to be vulnerable and shine your light. I just want to say a few things I want to leave with you. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Because if you don't, who will? Take the steps to believe in yourself. Do what you need to do to believe in yourself. If you have to hire a coach, I'm a powerful one. and we have other coaches. Do what you have to do to become what you believe, to live that life of bliss, successfulness, luxury. God said, I come to give you a life and that you may have it more abundantly. He didn't say poverty. He said abundantly. It's yours. He promised. It's yours. All we have to do is embrace it and claim it. It's yours. Exercise and eat well. It'll make you feel good. And over time, you will love what you see. You will love it. You will love you. You will love you even if you don't. But it helps. It helps. Work on you. Learn to embrace fear. Defeat fear. Because fear will hold you back. Fear will keep you stuck. We must be able to take it head on. Fear must realize that it can't mess with you, okay? All the ladies on this platform doing what they so desire to do as well as myself, and I'm so proud. I'm so proud. And you too, whatever your life desires you to do, you can achieve it. Go with the flow. Don't rush it. You know, a lot of us, we all think that we're in control of so much, but just go with the flow. Life is to be enjoyed. Enjoy the process. Enjoy it, embrace it. And as I always say, be willing to grow. It doesn't matter what age you are, 40, 50, 30, 20, 60, 70, 80, or any number. Life is about growth. And there's a beginning of a new beginning at any time in your life. Always be willing to grow. Study and level up. Me being here today is me leveling up, stepping outside of my comfort zone and becoming what I believe. I'm an entertainer. I sing, but speaking and singing are two different things. But I'm stepping out of my comfort zone and I'm speaking to you. Why? Because my story deserves to be told. I have a voice and I hopefully can change someone's life to become what they believe and know that if I can do it, no matter where I come from, no matter where you come from, so can you. Get out of your comfort zone and surround yourself with people that you admire, that you desire to be like. And this is your dream. And with that being said, I see Charla, so that must be my time. I have a gift for you. I'm gonna put in the chat, and I'm offering my book today, Rock Your 50 Plus, for 99 cents on Amazon. And also I will put my website, www.greaterlivingafter50. You can also contact me through social media, Instagram, Facebook, Greater Living After 50. My name is Miss Diamond. Live your dream. Shine like a diamond.
Awesome. Well done, Miss Diamond. Thanks so much for such an inspiring talk today, and big congratulations on your Amazon international best-selling book. I'm sure we all cannot wait to get our copies and read it. So yes, be sure to post the link in the comments as to how we can get a copy. And I'm going to roll things into our next amazing speaker for today. So Natalie, if you could turn on your sound and your video, I would love to introduce you. There she is, the beautiful Natalie. How are you today?
I'm great, thanks.
Fantastic. So I'm going to introduce you, Natalie, and you can take it away. So Natalie Frazier has been doing healing work for over 20 years. She perpetually continues her studies in Western modalities of counsel, along with ancient and modern healing practices from right around the world. Natalie takes this approach to personalized care to the client. So if one approach does not work, well, she has another. Her work takes her into offices, schools, hospitals, community groups, senior centers, and family homes, making her work universal and adaptable to all. She enjoys the challenges of finding out how to speak your language. Her sole purpose is to give you tools to help you heal yourself. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Natalie Frazier.
Hi, everybody. I grew up in a place, in a way where I learned through my lens that love was conditional on a whole bunch of things like appearance, behaviors, and being the best, not second best, number one. These were unrealistic, obviously. I tried to show well. I grew up in that generation where what happened inside the walls of your home stayed there, and outside, or when people were invited in, you showed your best face. It meant that I didn't feel safe to feel. I tried to please others. I spent my whole life being that personality type where if I served everyone else, then maybe I would get approval. But through doing that, I forgot myself. I did it all for decades to the point where I almost died. Literally. I developed an autoimmune disease that no one in Western medicine could find an answer to. They told me I might fall into a coma or that I might actually die. They gave me pills that almost killed me, and eventually I actually went to a shaman and was cured. And through my experience, I learned how body, mind, and spirit cannot be disconnected, and that thoughts become things. All the things that I was told to do, to be by authority figures and through media were overwhelming, and I didn't see myself in it. But I wanted so badly to be what I thought I was supposed to be, and to just so I would be loved and fit in. I was told to stand tall, be confident and strong. And so I learned to mimic that behavior. And it was so convincing that I kind of convinced myself, but it wasn't authentic. I was burying my pain and I was performing. So after a while, I started to look at myself more authentically. And I started really looking at myself in the mirror. And what I noticed is that what I was saying to myself inside my head was really unkind. And then I was repeating messaging that I'd heard through media, through teachers, through authority figures that probably were trying to help me or were projecting their own fears. And I was not being kind to myself. I was not saying nice things to this one and only me, this one and only vessel that was carrying my spirit through life. They were like old recordings from my bullies and abusers and the scared people in my life, saying things like, you're fat and you're lazy, you're disgusting and embarrassing, you're annoying, you're too sensitive, too dramatic, too big, too loud, too. And I believed it. I would say that I didn't, but on the inside, I was shrinking. So then I finally learned that I choose how I react. We all do. In every situation, somebody can say something to me or you, and in that very moment, we get to choose whether or not we believe it's true. Natalie, you're a fraud. Do I believe that I'm a fraud? No. So bless them and believe what I want to believe. Now, that didn't happen easily. It took practice and repetition, and because that's how we learn. And I repeated and I repeated. Finally, I figured it out. I realized I could do it in the now. I could do it in the future. And then I learned I could even go back into my old stories where my traumas lived and all my triggers were. And through the eyes of love, instead of fear, and as the woman I am now, I could rewrite those stories in truth. I could unedit all those things that were imposed on me or that were put upon me at a time and no longer serve me now, and change it. Not in lies, but in a different view of the truth. So powerful that it changed my life. I then learned to study as many different tools for making this work as possible and refined them, and of course applied them to myself, because that's where I knew that I would be able to share them the best. And that all that I can offer in the world is through me being the best example. So I stripped away the story that I'm not enough. I stripped away the story that, oh, I'm gonna be in trouble. I stripped away the stories of abandonment. And then I got quiet enough inside myself, inside my head. And when all those stories that no longer served me were seen, heard, nurtured, and healed, I could start seeing and hearing my authentic self. I could get to know and remember me, become me on my own terms. And then interestingly enough, then I started attracting people that were reflecting the new version of me, the authentic me. And so my relationships changed. I started having like-minded people of this new thought, and my relationships became much healthier. And in the relationships that I had that were already established, I learned to set new boundaries and tell people in my life, yes, I used to allow that in my life, but I don't anymore. And it's not about being upset with you or not loving you. It's about loving me. And so I taught people a new way to treat me. And the ones that were willing stayed. And the ones that weren't ready for it or didn't desire it moved away from me. And that was okay. It doesn't mean I don't love them. It doesn't even mean they don't love me. But I became the author of my own life. I learned to live consciously, mindfully. So that meaning I was noticing my thoughts, noticing my behavior, noticing my words, noticing my energy and the responses to my feelings, which are actually the only things that we're in control of. And the rest of it is really none of our business. Now, that one was a hard one for me to swallow when I first heard it, because I spent a lot of time, decades, concerning myself with other people and their problems. And I was doing it without being asked. And I was ignoring myself. So now I know how to be me authentically. And I'm really excited about sharing some of those tools on how to get there. I realize those things that I'm in control of, that I just mentioned, are the equivalent or synonymous not only with maturity, but a spiritual path. And then all of a sudden I was able to expand my toolbox, because I could look at those tools in a practical, Western, scientific way, or I could look at them through a spiritual way. And so once I unloaded all of the stories of the past, I was able to construct the new me. How did I go about that? I learned how to make my problems go away by realizing that there's this thing called the Hebb principle. And so this is fun because it's one of those scientific things that when you have a thought, a neuron starts firing in your brain. And when you put more thoughts that are like-minded, then neurons that fire together, wire together, and they become this little mental tribe. And they bind together with this agent, and they become your default or your new normal, your go-to. And I was used to thinking a lot of really negative thoughts that I realized when I became mindful or conscious. But also then I learned that I could change them. So what the Hebb principle said was, whatever I think a lot will then create a new pathway. So I decided to thought, and I started thinking thoughts that were the way I wanted my life to be. And I realized I didn't have to stop thinking the old thoughts. I had to start thinking the new thoughts. And by doing this, eventually I created that new super tribe in my brain of neurons. And that binding agent came over and made that tribe. The interesting thing about this binding agent is there's not enough of it to go around. So when you create a new powerful tribe that's dominating in thought, the binding agent has to let go of that older thought pattern so that it can bind the new one. So that's how powerful we are. We control our mind, and the things we think become our reality. So this was something that came out basically in 2012, but a lot of us know that this is also why for thousands of years people have done mantras, why in modern self-help we do I ams. And by repeating, this is how we all learn. I mean, they say that it takes a minimum of 17 times of repetition before something is actually learned and sticks in your body memory. So here we are in a place where we can use science or spirituality to change our lives, taking whatever path feels right for us. It's amazing. I also learned that there were a couple of voices in my head. One was from my spirit, from the collective part that we all are, however you believe that to be. And that was the voice of love. And then there was another voice that was the voice of my ego, the I, the flesh self. And that was the voice of fear. And then I had to figure out how to decipher between the two of them. And I learned that the voice of love always feels good. And it is spoken in feelings and sensing and knowing, not words. You ever had that impulse where you just know, or you're acting, responding by that impulse, or you get the mom arm? That's the voice of the heart. So another way to know how to decipher them so that you can redesign and edit your own life is the triangle theory. Imagine the 3 points of a triangle being villain, victim, and hero, and in the middle being your heart. And through a day, we all run those 3 corners because we are that duality of both ego and heart. Ego isn't bad. It's just a messenger of when we're not in our heart, letting us know when we need to learn a thing. So when we notice ourselves in victim mentality, or villain mentality, or even the hero. Now, a lot of us think hero is where we need to be. I certainly live that way. Oh, I can help, I can save. But really, the best and most useful place for us to be is in our hearts and sitting in compassion, being in the light and allowing people to come into our light when they choose, as opposed to imposing ourselves onto another. So I learned that I can navigate this flesh suit magical journey of duality, that I can change my thoughts and change my life. And that when my heart is open and I am conscious of it, then I get to be best friends with my ego, and I can then filter my thoughts through my heart, and my knowledge becomes wisdom. So having learned all of this, I decided to create a program called Unedited Woman and work with like-minded women, create a supportive tribe of women where we learn how to unedit the things that we no longer need, that no longer serve us, to unravel our traumas and triggers in a safe, and I dare say even fun way, and move forward strip down in our beautiful, vulnerable selves, because vulnerability is true strength, and be in our feelings and our words through our heart, so that we can represent and serve both the masculine and the feminine on this planet in the most beautiful, beautiful way. So I will invite you, and I'll put it in the chat afterwards, to come onto my website, sign up for a free 20-minute call, see if we're a fit, see what you need and if I have it to offer. You can go right in and join up for Unedited Woman that starts on the 21st. Or you can also be part of the Unedited Woman anthology project that I'm going to be working on, and send in your story, your stripped down version of your experience, or a experience in your life of any kind, of you just being you as a woman. And it'll give you the opportunity for some of you to be published. And the money some of the money that's raised from this project will go back in to help women who are trying to build their best life too. So I invite you to, I don't know if you can see her, but www.nataliefraser.ca. Come and join me on my Facebook or Instagram, where you can see what's going on and how you could get involved in future projects and things that are going on with Unedited Woman and the other projects that I have going on. Next week, I've got a little mini retreat, if any of you guys want to join me, for meditation and a teaching, and we're going to do vision boarding, which will help you in the beginning, your process of unediting and editing yourself into the woman you want to be, and ending with a beautiful sound bath. I have been doing this healing work, counseling, corporate work. It's all the same to me. It's being a messenger of love for over 20 years now. But I'm so excited to have culminated and refined this work into something that is accessible to everybody. And I look forward to working with you, speaking with you in the future. And we'll see you at Unedited Women.
Fantastic, Natalie. If you can put your link in the chat, and then women can definitely connect with you and get involved with all the great things you have going on. And I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today, Tiffany Gibson. Tiffany, if you could turn on your sound and your video. Are you there? Yeah. Oh, no, that's Natalie again. Tiffany, are you there?
Sorry, there we go.
No problem, no problem. I'm going to introduce you, Tiffany, and then the floor is yours. So now from Vancouver, British Columbia, comes our next heartfelt speaker, Tiffany Gibson. Tiffany is an intuitive artist, an intuitive artist, an intuitive transformation coach, creator of the Body Blueprint, and founder of She, known as Soul Heart's Embrace. Her intuitive paintings provide sacred healing medicine for women of all types. She has coached many women to stand tall in the face of their fears and shatter the shackles of their limiting beliefs. Tiffany intuitively expresses her understanding, empathy, and compassion for others, drawing from her own personal experiences of great love, loss, grief, tragedy, and ultimate healing. Today, she is here to tell us that no matter what difficulties we are experiencing on this great journey of life, we are always designed for more. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Tiffany Gibson.
Thank you, Charla. It's so wonderful to be here with all these really amazing speakers. It's been so wonderful watching everyone. Thank you. It was a beautiful, warm autumn day. But at that moment, I didn't have the capacity to notice it or appreciate it. I was standing outside my place of work, swaying slightly, unable to comprehend just what I was doing, why I had come outside in the first place. The fact is, I wasn't thinking straight. Floating in an emotional abyss, I watched myself broken and alone, wondering who I was in the darkness, devoid of the comforts which had once defined my life. My body curled in on itself, writhing in anguish. I felt like I was falling, and I knew only one thing beyond the pain. I was about to shatter against the rocks at the bottom, and all I could think was there had better be a trampoline there ready to propel me back up, because otherwise I didn't know how I was going to carry on. What had happened to get me to this place of emptiness and debilitating sadness? I will get to that, but first, bear with me as I take you on a little journey. Picture, if you will, a donut, just an ordinary donut, a traditional one. Maybe it's a pretty one covered in pink icing, or perhaps you favor a more classy and minimalist type with a clear, sugary glaze. Or maybe you like one that is more edgy and mysterious, slathered with a deep, dark and rich chocolate cloak. And maybe you even have a few added touches, like some colorful sprinkles on that pretty and pink one. Or maybe your classic glaze is touched by a subtle berry drizzle. And for those of you that like the chocolat mystérieux, yours may be adorned with a shaved dark chocolate curls. Don't they sound good? These donuts can be found in the new donut shop in your neighborhood. Everybody's talking about them. Oh my God, they're so soft and sweet, and the flavors are so delectable as they release their sugary delights upon your now salivating palate. Your friends, your family, they're all raving about how your life will be so much better with these donuts. Even your colleagues can't stop talking about them. They're saying you can't walk into a meeting or a staff room without seeing the tables laden with these donuts. Even social events, whether you're having wine with your girlfriends on a Saturday night or you're attending some ticketed gala event, you can't go anywhere without seeing these donuts. And if you go somewhere and there aren't any, rest assured, someone will run out to get some. So finally, after hearing about them for so long, you are convinced that you must have these donuts in your life. You are missing out. So you go down to the shop together with your closest friends and you sit around the table and indulge in the donuts. And they are good. So afterwards, you get up and you order a dozen or maybe two to take home with you because, of course, you cannot live without them. They're a part of your life now. Fast track several months or possibly years, and there you are, walking in your front door with a flourish, balancing a box of donuts in one hand. You swoop into the kitchen ready to regale your great gratitude for listening to everyone all those months or years ago, and finally bringing home these delectable treasures. You throw open the lid for the 1000th time, close your eyes and inhale deeply the sugary sweet scent emanating from the box. But as you open your eyes to choose the one that will delight you most in this moment, you realize something is wrong. You give your head a shake because how can something be wrong? You've got it all, the perfect donuts, delicious, sweet, moist, not to mention a beautiful variety to choose from. But still, nevertheless, there's something deep inside you? What is it? A pain? A longing? A sadness? Perhaps grief? Or maybe it's just a space, an emptiness. I'll let you in on a little secret. I bought into those donuts, but here's the catch. I don't like donuts. I've never liked donuts. Buying those donuts did not fulfill me. They were something everybody else liked, but I got caught up in what they were saying. I listened to them and came to believe I needed those donuts to complete my life. And so I bought them because they would make me happy. But I wasn't happy. I had developed what I sassily like to call donut syndrome. Oh, those darn donuts looking so sweet and enticing, pretty or classy or edgy with a twist. So promising. But those donuts, they've got a problem. Yes, they do. And you know what it is. I know you do. Yes, a donut has a hole in it. It has a piece missing. It's an imposter pretending to be so gorgeous and wholesome. It's not wholesome. How can it be? It has no core. And we all know that our core is part of the foundation of our existence. Our core is what holds us upright and gives us strength and power. And we all know we need a strong core as the key to our fitness. But our core, it also houses our heart. And our heart houses our compassion, our beauty, our love, and our grace. And it also houses our purpose and passion, our personal power, our inspiration, and our deepest, deepest desires. And all of these things are connected to our higher self, or love, or God, or the divine, or the universal source, or any other term that you refer to it as. I like to call it the soul heart space. Most of us aren't familiar with our soul heart space. This is because in our society, we are taught to disconnect from our bodies. We are inundated from day one with messages that imply that our bodies are the source of our discontent. And so we spend our lives living from the neck up in our rational minds, absorbing the limiting beliefs of others. We learn to work hard to change the way our body looks. We learn to focus on all the things we don't like about our bodies, and eventually we end up completely disconnecting from them. And so simultaneously and inevitably, we disconnect from our core. And if that's the case, where are we getting our power from? Anything and anyone that looks palatable. We rush around plugging our power cords into other people's beliefs and dreams, ideals, and passion. And that works, sort of, in the short term. But for the long term, honestly, what can you expect if you are only plugged into someone else's beliefs and desires? Well, the answer to that is you journey to where they want to go, doing the things they love and want to do. And that leaves you far, far from your own desires, dreams, and passions. It also leaves you feeling empty, sad, grief-stricken, bored, longing for more, overweight, unhealthy, stressed, anxious. Need I say more? Donut syndrome. And if you don't examine what's causing your donut syndrome, then eventually you end up like I was, centimeters from being splattered across rock bottom. I don't want to focus too much on what happened to me to get me to that spot. We all have our own wounded stories we're living in currently or have lived in previously, and most likely we'll have some again because life's just like that. But in a nutshell, I had a failing marriage with someone I'd had a beautiful love story with, who was struggling to tackle his traumas and turning to maladaptive strategies to cope. I had a daughter who had undergone some terrible experiences and ended up in hospital. I had another daughter trying to make sense of everyone else's troubles and to not be an additional burden to the rest of us with her issues. I had an aging mother with Parkinson's disease. I was in a career that had become restrictive and destructive with a boss that didn't really have the capacities needed for the position. And I was suffering from deficiencies in iron, cortisol, and progesterone, on top of which I had developed Hashimoto's and myxedema. And each of these health issues caused fatigue, weight gain, and physical pain. In short, I was an emotional wreck and a physical disaster. And that's all you really need to know, because the most important part of my story is that I completely healed from all of it. I didn't want to live my life like that, feeling the way I did. I was willing to try anything to get myself out of the depths and recreate my life, my story. So I opened myself up and sought help. And along the journey, I found a powerful way to reconnect myself to my soul heart space, to plug into that power, my own power, my intuition, my higher self. I discovered that whenever I surrendered to my creative energy, I connected deeply with my most authentic self. Being creative allowed me to bypass my rational mind, and it shot me straight down a path directly to my soul heart space. And it was there that I could access wisdom that I had been blind to for years. I was using my intuitive instincts to create. It didn't matter what the finished product looked like. The simple process of creating was allowing me to heal and grow and expand. It was cathartic. It was healing. It was so full of wisdom, and it expanded and empowered me, so that I was not only just creating things on paper, but that creative energy was transferring itself to my life as a whole, and I knew I was simply designed for more. I began to create a new life for myself, a new story, and a new way of interacting with the world around me. It was so powerful that I knew I had to share this with other women everywhere. All my sisters feeling unfulfilled and empty, suffering from donut syndrome, and feeling like there just had to be more. I wanted to show them they were absolutely designed for more. So I molded my discoveries into a process that I could show others and lead them through their own personal discoveries and healings and revelations. I was using my creative energy to create opportunities for other women to experience the power of intuitive creativity. I called it the Body Blueprint, and I have been blessed, really blessed, to see this process empower my clients and lead them on their own journeys of growth and expansion. Since then, I've seen clients' chins drop and mouths gape open as they experience a revelation. They've cried tears of relief, tears of forgiveness, tears of acceptance, and tears of happiness. They've shared their sudden understanding of things that had previously eluded them. I've even had clients tell me they never knew how much capacity they had to love. As human beings, creativity is our birthright, and love is infused into everything. We are creative, loving beings. The Body Blueprint has allowed my clients to tap into this natural born creativity, to more deeply understand themselves, to become more intimately acquainted with who they are at a visceral level, to learn to love and accept themselves more fully, which fulfills them and allows them to more confidently and freely create the lives that they want, lives that are joyful and happy and loving lives. So for all of you listening here today, I have a free 90-minute webinar coming up on Saturday, June 26th at 10 a.m. Pacific time. And this webinar I've created is designed to allow you to experience a small taste of what my process is all about. I'll put the link in the chat afterwards, and that will bring you straight to the sign-in page for the webinar. And I will also include my email address for those of you who want to connect directly to chat about any questions you have or anything else really for that matter. But before I go today, I want to say to you, sister, why do you doubt that you're good enough? You are not just good enough. You are exceptional, exceptional beyond belief. You are not just here to muck about aimlessly. You are here to follow your soul heart's desires with purposeful passion. Don't wait for a special occasion. Don't wait for a special occasion. You are the occasion. Sister, you are a work of art. You're here to create and embody a life that reflects who you truly are, because you truly are designed for more. Thank you so much for listening. I'll be sure to put my information in the chat. And Charla, I think I did it a little faster than usual today.
Yeah, but it was so fantastic. First half, I was just wanting a donut. You describe them so intently. It's like, but beautiful, beautiful analogy and beautiful talk. So definitely, if you'd like to connect with Tiffany, be a part of her upcoming webinar. She'll post all those details in the chat so that, so that you can be a part of that great event. So thank you so much, Tiffany. And I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today, Myrta. Myrta, if you could turn on your sound and your video. Hi, Myrta.
Hello. Hi. I'm doing great. I'm so excited.
What an inspiring day, isn't it?
Yes, amazing. Oh my goodness.
Yes. Well, we're looking forward to hearing your inspiring talk. So I'm going to introduce you and you can take it away. So now from Meriden, Connecticut comes a fearless woman who is eager to share her formula with you on how to unlock your power. Myrta is a soldier, speaker, mentor, and transformation coach with the heart of a warrior who has overcome many struggles in life. She is a powerful woman who strives to touch as many lives by being a part of healing souls and empowering women to live life intentionally and fearless every day so that they can truly live a life of freedom. In a world full of darkness, she just wants to be a light. Please welcome the beautiful Myrta Martell.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Charla, and thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to thank you now. Thank you, Charla. Thank you, Jackie. This is so special for me right now. I'm so excited, so inspired, so encouraged, listening to all the speakers before me. I'm feeling very powerful. And what I want to share with you all is that 2 years ago in March of 2019, I attended my first Fearless Summit in Hartford, Connecticut, and it really changed my life. Like, I was so inspired and I told myself, I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to speak at an event. And so this outfit that I'm wearing right now, I bought this outfit 2 years ago. And I told myself when I had the courage and I had the opportunity to speak, I was going to wear this outfit. So I've been waiting 2 years to wear this outfit. It's been in my closet for this moment. So for 2 years, I've been waiting for this moment. 2 years ago, I spoke this moment into existence. And I'm wearing my key earrings because I'm getting ready to give you keys to unlock your power so that you can live a life of freedom. That is my intent. It is my intent and my hope that by me sharing my heart with you all, that it will encourage you and inspire you to tap into your own power and truly live a life of freedom, the life that you deserve. And so I want to share a story about a struggle that I had, because everybody has a struggle, right? And I want to show you how I tapped into my power. I want to share with you how I tapped into my power and how I became stronger than the struggle. So there's a quote that says, life is 10% what happens to you and 90% of how you react to it. So in April of 2016, I suffered a significant traumatic injury to my lower right leg. I was shot, and I was shot twice, and my two main bones, the tibia and the fibula. And I ended up in the hospital, of course, and I had my surgery. And that night, when I was in the hospital, no one was allowed to spend the night with me. So I was alone. You know, it was just me, myself, and God. And that night, I cried like rivers. And as I was crying, I was asking God, like, why? You know, why did this happen to me? You know, like, I'm a good person. I started having it was a pity party. I was feeling sorry for myself. And it would just seem like from one moment to the next, I went from asking God, why, to what? You know, what is this supposed to mean? What is this teaching me? And with that being said, I'd also like to share one of my favorite Bible verses, because everyone's been talking about this too, you know, how our thoughts, right, create reality. And so there's a verse that says, do not be conformed to the things of the world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And that's literally what happened and what's been happening ever since. I just kind of like refocused and started thinking like, well, why not me, right? Bad things happen to good people all the time. And so it took me about 8 months to fully recover. And I went from, so I started off in a walker, you know, I had to learn to walk again, crutches. And then I was in a cane, and then I was limping a little. And I was a little nervous because I thought I was gonna like stay limping like that forever. But eventually I recovered, and they had to put a titanium rod in my leg. Yeah, that's gonna stay there forever. And that was just my fear, was just that I wasn't gonna be able to walk like correctly again. And so thank goodness I fully healed. You know, sometimes when the weather gets a little crazy, rain, snow, I'll get a little pain. But other than that, you know, I was able to recover and heal. And being in the military, I was worried about how that was gonna affect my career. And I just worried a lot. But by renewing my mind and thinking, changing my perspective, I was able to really get through that. And I just kept telling myself, like, I'm stronger than the struggle. I'm stronger than the struggle. And that's actually going to be the title of the book that I'm currently writing, Stronger Than the Struggle. And how I turned my pain into power was that I started, you know, I just started thinking positive. I refused to focus on the situation. I refused to become a slave to the situation, right? Because I think oftentimes, many times, that's what we do, right? We become slaves to the things that happen to us, right? Life is 10% of what happens to us and 90% of how we react, right? And so it's always a choice. It's a choice. Either you're gonna give up or get up, right? We can't control the things that happen, but we do control how we handle them, how we manage it. And so perspective is a very important thing, because if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And that's what happened. And so I made a vow. I promised myself that I was going to be strong no matter what. especially being a single mom of 4 kids, I had to be strong. I had to be strong for me. I had to be strong for my children. I wasn't going to let this situation knock me down. I wasn't going to let anything for that matter knock me down, and there's a lot of influences, right? People, our circle, it was previously stated, right? The people that are in our circle, there are people that will talk you out of your own victory. They will talk you out of your own power. They'll take the keys away from you, right? Whether it's life situations or just people will take your power away from you, but we can't let that happen, right? It's a choice. And so that's what I'm here to share with you. And I'm here to encourage you today. I'm inviting you to take your power back. I'm inviting you to unlock your power. And the way that you do that is you live your life. You live intentionally and fearless every day. Every day. It has to be intentional. That's the word, intentional. Take the keys back, right? You have the keys. We have everything that we need to be powerful and to get to the next level and to live a life of freedom. Because isn't that what everybody wants? Doesn't everybody just want to be free, right? Free to be yourself, free to live a life that you don't need a vacation from, right? I mean, even as I say it, I just get so emotional and about it, because I can't believe that for so much time, there was a long time in my life that I didn't live intentionally and fearless every day. And what happened was I lost that time, right? That's why the time is now. The time is now to be intentional about what we're doing every day. And so my question to you is, what are you being intentional about? I'm giving you keys here, ladies. I'm giving you keys. So if you're getting something out of it, put a key in the chat. Put a key in the chat. Okay. We all have the power to live life and just get to the next level as long as we choose, right? It's a choice. All right. Stop letting people kill your dreams. I call these people dream killers, right? There are people that, you tell them that you have an idea and they start telling you all the reasons why you shouldn't do something. And, oh, it's never been done before. Well, I could be the first, right? Just because it's never been done before, well, you could be the first one. And this is why I'm so happy to be here and be a part of this circle, because I knew that I had to join 100 Most Powerful Women. I knew I had to apply for that because I want to be around other powerful women, people that inspire me and push me, motivate me to tap into my power, right? Because we are the power, right? I'm here to activate a power button inside each and every one of you, because it doesn't matter what level you are in life. There's always room for improvement, right? There's always room for growth. We learn every day. Every day of our life, we're learning, right? We are more than conquerors, ladies, more than conquerors. I just love it. When we live intentional and fearless every day, we have power. We're tapping into our power, which allows us to conquer life and not allow life to conquer us. And yes, if you are not a part of 100 Most Powerful Women, I highly suggest you join. I mean, it's just so much courageous and confident women in there that will definitely inspire you to do more. And I wanted to share a few other things with you ladies, just stuff, affirmations. When you begin anything, any goal and any dream that you're starting off, remember every little step matters. So embrace every little step, celebrate every part of your journey. And don't forget that you're gonna have to sacrifice to succeed, whether it's time, money, always keep that in mind. Just how bad do you want it, right? And you have to have a refuse to lose mentality. Refuse to lose. Come on, somebody say it with me. Refuse to lose, refuse to lose. What do you refuse to lose? I refuse to lose my mind. I refuse to lose my power. That's why every day I'm living intentional and fearless every day, refusing to lose. Because I never lose anyway. Either I win or I learn. right? Life is all about blessings and lessons. That's how I look at it. It's perspective, ladies, it's perspectives. So I am inviting you. Not only do I invite you, I dare you. I dare you to tap into your power. I dare you to unlock, discover your keys and unlock yourself. Be free, live intentional and fearless every day, ladies, every day. Set yourself free, because there's nothing better than living a life of freedom. And we all have that power. We can all do it. I'm so just so thankful for this moment. Like I would just literally want to cry just because of even having the opportunity to be on this platform and to speak, and just know that I have been inspired and empowered by every single speaker before me. And I know I will be also inspired and encouraged by the speakers after me. And I want to leave you with, I want to tell you those two quotes again. Life is 10% of what happens to you and 90% of how you react to it. And if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. We're more than conquerors. And again, I dare you to unlock your power. And that is all I have for you today, ladies. I will type in the chat how you can get in contact with me.
That was beautiful, Myrta. Thank you so much for sharing. And I just love the story of how, 2 years ago, you were so inspired at a Fearless Women's Summit, set that as your intention, your goal and dream, and how it all came together today. And you look gorgeous in that outfit. So I'm going to turn things over to our next amazing speaker for today, Brenda Pierce. Oh, Brenda, I'm going to have to ask to start your video and your sound because you came in the middle of Myrta's talk, and I had to shut those off really quick. So you should have got a notification. Okay, I'm going to introduce you, Brenda, and you can take it away. Brenda Pierce has literally touched thousands of lives as a registered nurse of nearly 40 years. In that time, she has become a student of life. She is a best-selling contributor to a number of internationally acclaimed books, TV show producer and host, broadcaster, and loving mom, sharing empowerment to brighten and lighten lives into new levels of consciousness. She is also preparing for and embracing life after nursing as a RTT therapist through the Marissa Peer School. Through all her endeavors, it is the rules of the mind that Brenda finds most fascinating. Mastering even a few of these can move you to thrive and not just survive during these challenging times. Brenda shares some of these rules during this talk today, and will also share a life hack that she has found most helpful when guidance is needed in a pinch. Brenda shares a free gift for everyone to grow into greater awareness of the body, mind, spirit connection. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Brenda Pierce.
Hi, everyone. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here today. In fact, this morning I worked a night shift last night, and through a series of staffing errors, I ended up working 3 extra hours this morning. So I apologize for being late on the get-go here, but some sleep was needed. And here I am because I have made a huge decision today. Just even being here today is a life changer for sure. And actually, yes, today is the day I actually submitted my resignation. I've had it with the regular job because I finally mastered some mind hacks that I'm going to share today. They work, and it is a pleasure to share these with you, because in today's world, fear is an overriding emotion that we're all experiencing in one form or another. And fear can hold you back in amazing ways that you never even realized was happening in your life. And that is that there are 2 ways of looking at that word fear: face everything and rise, or false expectations appearing real. So those two ways of looking at one word can change your whole life. And again, fear has held me back for getting more into my passion and the work that I wanted to do. I've been setting all of these little seeds and planting them and watching the plants start to break through the ground and to flourish, some and some wither and die. But you know what? It's time to really face those fears, because what are we waiting for in this life? We We can thrive if we choose, and we can just survive. And for many of us, even survival is sometimes a bit of a question, but I'm going to help you wherever you are in the world today to understand some of the things that I've been really focusing on and learning. And once you get these topics in your head, you're never going to look at life the same. So one of the things that I have found is that life really is your choosing. Everything is energy. As a registered nurse, I never really got into this concept of energy work until I became a Reiki master myself, and then everything changed, and that was 17 years ago. So what happens is that when you act by default and don't realize the operating system that you're operating through, you know, we hear of Windows and all that sort of thing, and but you are actually working through an operating system. And you can act by default and just let everything just circulate and percolate around you, or you can choose to make the mental connections that will change it forever. So one of the things that I have found is that people actually are more prone to depression or thinking a sense of hopelessness and helplessness if they're not living their life's purpose and they're living their dreams. And life is really too short. And as a registered nurse, I've seen many lives leave this world. And oftentimes I can see where the struggle is, that there's some issue that hasn't been allowed to, that they haven't lived their full life purpose. And that holds them stuck in a holding pattern for a little bit longer until they finally succumb or let go. But it is really important for us to live our life's purpose. Now, I've been vicariously doing that for a number of years. I've been working as a nurse, and then I've been doing all my dreams and passion work on the side. And then there's this teeter-totter that becomes a little bit more lopsided, a little less comfortable. You're hitting the bottom and you're bouncing, and then you bounce back up again. And so one of the things that is holding us back sometimes from living our life purpose and living our fullest life expression is that we are responding to the past, to the pictures that are in our mind and the words we keep telling ourselves. So if you want to create a different reality, you have to change those pictures in your mind, but it starts by telling yourself a different reality by the words you choose. So if you are using words that are not very complimentary and are full of hateful thoughts or limiting beliefs, then your pictures in your mind are actually going to be those that you see when you close your eyes, and in your mind's eye are things that are not very, very prosperous or very happy or very fulfilling, and creates a holding pattern. Because sometimes we wonder, why is it that the same thing happens over and over and over and over again in our life? Well, it's because we're operating by default, by those pictures that are in our head that we're watching on that TV screen in our mind, and the words we're telling ourselves over and over and over again. So you choose different thoughts, and you choose different pictures will come from that. And so it's really important to really think about that. Consciously make a shift in your thinking, and you'll change the way you look at the world and the way the world responds to you, which is just brilliant, right? It isn't about tests and results and am I good enough? Am I good enough? Am I good enough for this job? Am I good enough to make these changes? Am I good enough to be successful? Am I good enough to be enough in this world today? We measure ourselves against pictures in our head, sometimes about the ideal weight, the ideal home, the ideal spouse, the ideal location to go on vacation. But when you fill your heart up with the feeling of being enough, that right now in this moment, I want you all to declare for yourself that you are enough, that this is a starting place for where life can transform and change itself into magic and make your dreams come true, because you are enough. You deserve it. You deserve to be enough every day and every breath and in every way, because we never know what the next breath is going to be, and whether or not we're even going to have that next breath. So in this moment right now, decide that you are going to be enough right now, and take a deep breath in through your nose. Feel life flowing through you. And when you're full enough, let it go. and see how you feel after you do that 2 or 3 times. Enoughness is yours. You are enough. You are beautiful enough. You are smart enough. You are wise enough. You are alive enough right now to have enough happen and flow back to you. So embrace it and really feel the enoughness that is you, the gift of life that is you, and watch and rejoice in that feeling of happiness that permeates all over you when you have this enoughness flow through you. And every thought you think creates a physical effect. This is another key element I want you to embrace and know is a truth, a life truth, a universal truth. And as a nurse, I can see this over and over again because through the years, you see the results of these effects physically. They can cause inflammation. They can cause chronic disease. They can cause emotional distress. They can cause physical changes in your body. So again, our thoughts are very, very powerful. I know this for a fact because I lived this for many, many years. As a young woman going into nurses training 38 years ago, this year, it's actually been 38 years, so nearly 40 years ago, I was never meant to be a nurse because of the fact that I was very squeamish around blood and I passed out all the time. And even in nurses training, I was stopped and asked at one point, Brenda, you're a lovely girl. You have so much potential in everything you do, but maybe nursing is just not quite it for you. And I had to go, is it or isn't it? Anyway, I told my supervisor at the time that it is something I wanted to do. To the core of me, I want to overcome what it is that was holding me back. And somehow or other, that realization that really cannonballed me into where I am now today. If I hadn't made a decision to be a registered nurse, complete the training, complete the program, because I never failed at anything at that time. I never quit anything at that time. And so I was just one more degree determined to get through that time. And as I did, what happened was while I was in nurses training, my father died. And my father died at the age of 48. Anyway, somehow in my mind, I started this loop that kept going on. If I make it to 48, I'll be great. If I make it to 48, I'll be great. Maybe in your own mind, think about it. What is the soundtrack that is driving you, that your mind defaults through whenever you have that opportunity? And you'll see, watch it play out. Because when I got to be 47, I developed ovarian masses in my abdomen. And when I finally, and it was a fluke that I realized that I had it. And it was while I was thinking about the soundtrack in my mind, if I make it to 48, I'll be great. When I was 47, I found out that I had 15 pounds of ovarian cysts in my belly. And taking that out was a tricky thing. They were benign, thank goodness. And I did experience some complications post-op. But I have to tell you this, and the fact is that once I got to 48, I felt great because I overcame what it was that I could have made a decision in that could have kept me back and stuck, or even I could have left the planet at that point. But for some reason, I needed to get to 48 to feel great. And since then, I am now 59 and I feel wonderful. I got through that soundtrack. I met that milestone, that mental milestone. And now I'm here to express and share so much more. And imagination is more powerful than logic. Think about it. Whenever you see or hear something that could be scary or create that fear pattern in your head, think about it. Imagination is more powerful than logic. And once we got to that, was whatever we were dealing with worse than what we were thinking, or was what we were thinking, we made it worse in our mind than the reality it became? So I really want you to think about those thoughts, those 3 tips that we're sharing today, and see how the soundtrack in your mind is playing out, what you're thinking and the words that you're telling yourself. Change them and change your reality. Start a journal. Start to think about how you can change the simple thinking, the simple pattern in your head, What is the soundtrack in your mind? And watch your world change. Watch the magic of life unfolding around you and be master of that experience, no matter what is going on in your life. And as such, I want to share a little life hack with you too. And this is something that I learned by mastering energy and understanding that the energy of everything is all around us. The answers are all around us. And sometimes we have a need to ask a question. What is that? What is it I need to do right now? Is this apple something I need to buy in the grocery store going to be nutritious for my body? Is this supplement something that I should be taking? Is there a question that you want to ask to get an answer that you don't know what the answer is? It's not clear in your mind at that time. Here's a life hack that will help you no matter what you do. With me right now, I want you to make 2 little rings with your fingers and put them in together, interlock them. Okay? Those little rings are life rings. They're life rings when we throw a life ring into the water to help somebody who's fallen off a ship or we find floating around the water or whatever. These are your life rings. And these life rings will help you with guidance whenever you feel needed you're stuck or you need some answers right PDQ. So I want you to pull. So pull against the joints, and you see how strong your fingers hold. That's your natural baseline of strength, your muscle testing that we're going to be doing. This is applied kinesiology, and it works beautifully. So you've got these rings, these life rings, and you're pulling, and you can't pull them apart because that's your natural baseline. So now I want you to do is ask yourself a simple question. Show me the answer for yes, and pull against those joints, and you'll see that they stay strong and true, and you can't pull your fingers apart no matter how hard you try. Now show me the answer for no. Ask that in your mind's eye and try to pull apart. And you say, show me the answer for no, and pull the same, and you find your fingers come apart. So whenever you need a yes or no answer in the world of your world and questions that arise, use that life ring technique. That little life hack is going to help you, because our body is wise. Our body responds with truth, to strength and truth whenever we ask it. And if something is not true, it's not real, not right for you, the universe will tell you no. And this is something I wanted to leave with you today, because it's so important to know that you are totally in control of your destiny, your life. Don't let the past rule you and hold you back and stuck. And don't worry so much about the future. We have the answers right now that can put you on the right trajectory. And if you choose to do that today and listen to the intuition in your body, live a more fulfilled life, magic will happen for you. You will thrive, not just survive. And from my heart to yours, remember always that you are love and you are love. You are blessed and you are a blessing. Bye for now.
Thank you, Brenda. Fantastic. And I think all of us are sitting there doing this right now. So maybe if you want to put in the chat, Brenda, how the ladies can touch base with you. As I mentioned before, when I emailed you out emailed everybody out the agenda for today, you did get everybody's website addresses and email addresses. But yeah, if you're needing that and you don't have your email anymore, Brenda, if you want to share that in the chat, then the ladies will know how to touch base with you. And I will roll into our next amazing speaker for today, Doreen McCauley. How are you, Doreen?
Doing wonderful, wonderful. How are you?
I'm great, thanks.
Great.
I am great. I'm having such an inspired day by all these 100 most powerful women speakers. Aren't they spectacular?
It's fabulous. Absolutely a fabulous group of individuals to be involved with. Fabulous.
Yes, yes, yes. So many different stories, but so many common threads. I just love it. So I'm going to introduce you, Doreen, and you can take it away. So Doreen McCauley is a facilitator, consultant, and university instructor with 20 plus years of experience in organizational and personal development. Doreen is passionate about helping professional women reach their life goals in a balanced way so that they can experience greater health, joy, and happiness in all aspects of their lives. McCauley is an award-winning instructor at the College of Business, which is housed in the University of South Florida, where she teaches in the fields of leadership, organizational behavior, and management. She has a PhD in management from St. Mary's University in Nova Scotia, Canada. Please welcome our next amazing speaker, Doreen McCauley.
Thank you so much, Charla, and thank you everyone for being here and staying with us today. This has been an absolutely amazing day so far, and I know there's some other talks to come, so hopefully you're finding something here that is inspirational for you, because this is why we're all here, right? We're all here to help empower others and to help others find what it is that they need to be better. So today my talk is Choose You, right? And it's to begin the journey to equilibrium. And I've chosen this title because, and as I go through, you'll see this, is that I really think that we have to look at life as a journey. Because if we're always looking for that one thing that's going to help us, we're going to stumble, right? And so if we see it as a journey and as a process for ourselves, I think sometimes it's a little bit easier for us. And so before I get into my story, because I'm going to share my story as well, like the other inspirational, amazing women that were earlier today and that will come after me, I want to just talk about 4 things. And so if you happen to have a piece of paper there, hopefully you'll take out a pen and paper, or maybe just even a clean sheet on your computer. I want you to write these things down. So the first one is time, right? If you just write down time. And I want you to know that time is something you can't earn more of, right? And so just as Brenda was saying there, you know, she's seen some people leave this earth in her nursing profession far sooner than they should have. I too have seen that in my life as well. Both my parents left life a little bit too early as far as I'm concerned. And when you see that, you realize the value of time. So we can't earn more time. So we need to understand what is it that we want to do with the time that we do have on this earth, and how can we make that time great. So time is the first thing. And the next one I want you to write down is goals. Goals are like magnets. You've heard a lot of people today talk about intention and making sure that you're living with life with intention. And when you have that intention, it's like things are attracted to it, right? It's like that magnet. But the important thing with goals is that if you're not living with intention and those goals of your own, you're going to be living for goals of someone else. Okay, so goals are extremely important. The next thing I want you to write down is boundaries, right? So when we think of boundaries, boundaries can sometimes think of as a negative thing, right? But in life, we need to realize that it's important to have our boundaries, because the boundaries are going to protect us from those naysayers, going to protect us from the people who want us to achieve their goals instead of helping us achieve ours, right? And so you need to realize that boundaries in your life are not these negative things. They're the things that allow you to be capable, allow you to have the strength to do the things that you want to do and to be there for the people that you want to be there for, right? And so that's really important. And actually, and Natalie was speaking about, she said about how sometimes when you change and you have those things that you have to change around you, those that want to stay will stay, and maybe you will lose some people. And maybe with boundaries, that's maybe some of you have had that experience, but that's okay, right? Because you can live and see the things that are important to you when you have those boundaries. And so the final thing I want you to write down is choose you, right? And that's really the theme of what my talk is today, is to choose you. And to remember that when you choose you, it's not a bad thing, right? Because if you don't choose you, then how are you going to have the strength and the ability to do and be there for the people that you want to be there for, and to do the things that you want to do, right? And so what I want to talk about a little bit today is a process that will allow you to continuously choose you, choose your goals, and make sure that you are using the time that you have on this earth to the best of your ability to be able to be the person that you want to be, all right? So before I get into the actual steps of what I'm talking about here, as far as having this mechanism that allows you to kind of stay on track, to use your time to achieve your goals, I want to tell you a little bit about me. Right, so why am I here? Why am I here today to speak to you about this and kind of what motivates me? So I was, about 6 years ago, if you were to look at my life, let's say you were looking at the life through the lens of Facebook, I was probably an individual you would say that has it pretty good, right? I had done all of the things in my 20s and my 30s that I was supposed to do, right? I got well educated. I had an amazing husband who loved me and who I loved back. I had this daughter who was just this light of my life, and she was the light of any room she walked into. So just this amazing human being that I had brought into this world. And I had this job that I really loved, a job that I got up to every day, that I was excited about, and it was really fabulous. But I was living small, okay? I was in a situation where I would work really hard. I was brought up in a family where you were learning how to be resilient, be hardworking, and how to get the job done. That's what I was taught, right? And so I was doing that, but I was doing it for the wrong reasons. I was doing it for other people's goals. And so I was in a situation where I would get myself into a really what would look like a great situation, but then I would end up letting other things slide. And so I was in this kind of what looked like a really great situation, but in the background wasn't really what I wanted. And how did I come to this conclusion? Well, I'm going to tell you about a December day. So it was a December day, and on this day, I was supposed to be going to meet with a colleague, and it was going to be the moment I had been waiting my career for. I was going to hopefully get to work with this individual and to start the business I wanted to, and to kind of achieve that lifelong goal for myself. And what happened that morning was that I had gotten so intoxicated the night before that when it came time to get ready that morning to go for that meeting that was so very important to me, I couldn't even get out of bed. I couldn't even get myself ready, all right? So I had to cancel that meeting, and that opportunity passed me by. And so I had to look at myself and say, what just happened here? Now, I know some people might say, okay, you know what? Everyone has a bad night, right? We maybe have a few too many drinks and that type of thing. But for me, this had become routine, right? And on top of that, I was the daughter of an alcoholic. And I know what that routine looks like 10, 20, and 30 years down the road. So to me, I had to make a decision. I had to say to myself, okay, what am I going to do here? Because what would happen is that I would work really hard at something in my life to make it great. Then I'd let the other things slide a little bit. And then to try to get back to where I wanted to be with all these other little things, I was slipping so much, I get overwhelmed, and then I'd hide. And so then I'd either hide in a bottle or I hide in bed, right? And so I became this person that was hiding from the life that I wanted to live, right? I was hiding from everything. So I needed to find a tool. Now, at this time, I had gone through counseling, right? I was being medicated, right? I was doing the things I was supposed to be doing. I was, taking on the self-help books, reading, I was digesting, and then I realized I needed something more. I needed something to help bring all of this to my forefront all of the time. And that's when I decided to look at, well, wait a second. Why don't you look at the material that you teach on a day-to-day basis? Look at the material that you know changes the lives of your students, and look at that material and say, wait, maybe I can learn from it too. Maybe you should practice what you preach, right? And that is when I came up and I came across these 5 steps that I'm going to share with you now. And I realized, wow, I have been teaching this. I have been helping people see this, but I didn't see it for myself, right? And so what this was, is it's a simple time management tool, right? But it helped me to realize that I can have something that's going to help me on my journey. It's not a solution. It's not the solution, right? It's not the destination, because this is a journey, but it was something that was going to allow me to stay on the road, stay on the path. So every time, and I still falter, right? I still have our good days, my bad days, right? And so with that, that's fine. But if I have something that can help me get back on the road, right? You think of driving, right? When you're driving, your hands are never still. It's never just one thing, right? You kind of have to adjust maybe to a little bit to the right, maybe adjust a little bit to the left, right? And so I still adjust, but with these 5 steps, I was able to really help myself find something that was going to help me get back on the road. And so I'm going to go through those quickly with you now, right? And then hopefully you'll see something in here that may help you as well. So the first step is to do what we call a eulogy exercise, right? And so the eulogy exercise is very much about what we've been talking about today, about what is the intentions you have for your life. But when you do it in the eulogy exercise, it kind of forces you to look with the end in mind. So with the end in mind, what are the things you want to be remembered for? What are the things that you want to have done in this world that are so great that someone's going to say them at your eulogy? All right. So maybe it's about being a loving parent, a loving spouse. Maybe it is about being philanthropic. Is it about having that great job, influencing others, saving other people's lives? What is it that you want to be remembered for? And by doing that, you're allowed to put all of those ideas in the forefront of your mind. Then we get to the goals. So based on that, to be able to get to that, so step 2 is the goals. If we want this as the end in mind, what goals do I need to have for myself now to be able to achieve that? And this is where you let everything go, right? All of those fears, all of those inhibitions. What is it that you want to do to be able to achieve that, right? And take away all the fear, right? Just put those goals down. So then the third step is to take it down and to classify them. And so now in this classification, this is where the balance came in for me. So my issue, if you remember when I was telling my story, was that I could focus really hard and I could achieve in one area, but then I'd let everything else slide, right? And so then that would overwhelm me and then I would fall down, right? And so by doing this, I'm allowing myself, if I classify these things, I can see where are my pockets of balance that I need. Okay, so we have our goals, now we're going to classify them. So maybe some of them are around your family, maybe it's some around being a loving spouse, maybe someone's about being a loving parent, maybe it's about being a philanthropic individual, maybe it's about being an entrepreneur, maybe it's about being a business woman, whatever the case may be for you. But if you have these categories, all right, so you have the goal, the end goal in mind, you then put all of these goals that are going to allow you to achieve that. Then you come down and you classify them. So then you have all these classifications and you can see these other areas in your life. And these are not, put in stone, right? They're going to change from time to time. But once you have these classifications, then you use this as your to-do list. And then every day you go back to this and you look at all of these different pockets and you can make sure, am I addressing everything that I want? What am I leaving out, right? And so then if you can then create a to-do list off of that, what are the things I need to do today? What do I need to do right now, today, to be able to help me to achieve these things? And then you have it so that you're seeing all of these different pockets in your life that you think are very important, that are going to help you be the person that you want to be. So then when you do your to-do list, you take a little bit of everything, right? Now, some days you're going to have to focus solely on work because it may be that big week, that big project. It may be the day you need to focus on that. Or maybe it's going to be the day that you need to focus on your family, right? And so if it is, well, then maybe there's a week goes by and all you've done is focus on your family and nothing else. But if you have this almost as a guide, if you put too much focus in one area, it'll help calibrate you back, right? Help calibrate you back. And then the final step, all right? So the first step was to eulogy exercise. Then you do your goals. Then you look, how do I classify them? Then we're going to use this as our to-do list. The final step then is to look at it every day, just for 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the evening. And it allows you to understand a few things. The first thing, it allows you to see where are you using your time, right? Because remember, we can't get any more time, right? So how are you using your time? And are you using it to achieve the goals that you want to achieve? And the other thing that's so important for women that we do not do enough for ourselves, it celebrates the things that you have done, right? Because if you can see that here are my goals, and these are the things that I've done to achieve it, and you have this running exercise that you do every day, you get to be inspired by your own self and the own great things that you're doing, right? And so that can be extremely important for you, extremely beneficial for you to be able to see as you work towards your goals, all right? And so when you look at these 5 easy steps, right, I want you to think of potentially maybe they're going to work for you, because I know a lot of us will start something, right, and then maybe we stop it, and then we start, and then we stop it. But what we need is we need to be okay with that. We need to be okay with that, but we need to be able to have something that's going to help bring us back to understanding the importance and the value of our goals. And I'm going to, just for 2 minutes here, I'm going to give you 2 quotes that really, to me, I think really speak to why it is that we need to do this for ourselves. Why is it so, so important? And the first one, and they're both from Maya Angelou, my favorite poet. But the first one is, we delight in the beauty of the butterfly, but rarely admit the changes it is gone through to achieve that beauty, right? And so when we're looking to find the person we want to be, to achieve the goals that we want to achieve, we need to realize it's going to be messy. It's not going to be pretty. But if we want to achieve what we want to achieve, then we have to be willing to understand that, acknowledge it, and then move beyond it. And then the second one, and this is where I really feel that this exercise has helped me and has helped, like I said, help my students. All right. And my students, I teach, thousands of undergraduates, graduates, and executives, right? And these are all people that are looking for something that could help them get the most from their days, right? And it says, this quote here, again, Maya Angelou, a woman in harmony with her spirit is like a river flowing, like a river flowing. She goes where she will without pretense and arrives prepared to be herself and only herself. Right? And that is such an amazing quote because that's what we all want. We all want to be able to achieve the things that are good for us, right? And when you look at this eulogy exercise, that's about finding what is it that you want to achieve? What is your goal, not somebody else's goal? So that when you're using your energy and using your time, that you're going to be able to do it the most effective way and the most powerful way to be able to be the most effective you, all right? So I'm just going to go through those 4 things again for you. Time, remember, we can't earn any more of it. Goals get attention. They might as well be your goals that are going to get the attention. Right? Make sure. Boundaries, you need to find your boundaries. All right. I mentioned that I had an alcoholic father, right? An alcoholic parent, but it was my father, yes. And unfortunately, he, as of May 4th, he had actually succumbed to his alcoholism. And he wasn't able to put the boundaries up around to be able to protect himself. And so my goal is to help others not to have to come to that fate, right? Be able to overcome these obstacles, whether it be addiction, whether it be anything else that is really getting in your way. Because if we don't put up boundaries around protecting ourselves and our goals, they're not going to come true. And then finally, choose you. You have chosen yourself by being here today, by realizing that you're going to take your Sunday to be inspired by others and to learn about how you can be a better version of you, right? So you have it, right? As our past speakers have said, you are enough. You have this, right? And so you need to continue that. Continue to choose you. All right, that'll be everything for me today. The last thing, I know Charlotte will be on here in a second, is just to let you know that to help people come through this, and if anyone is willing to maybe talk with me a little bit about how this 5-step process could help you. I am going to be offering free consultations. So for the first 10 people who sign up, it will be 30-minute consultations. We can go through these steps for you because again, every one of these exercises is going to be very unique to you and your goals, right? Natalie said that, right? Each one of us has something different that we need, right? And so when we're doing that, we're going to help develop. So if anyone is looking to go through these 5 steps with me to find out how they can develop this for themselves, please, I will put the link in the chat when I'm finished here so that we can ensure that you are going to get on the path that you need to be the most effective you that you can be. All right, Charlotte, thank you so very much for this platform. And I want to thank you and Jackie both. You have created this amazing network of energy and enthusiasm for us all to fuel off of. And so thank you so very much for that. And thank you for the opportunity to talk today.
Thank you, Doreen. That was absolutely amazing. And if you want to snap up one of those 10 spaces, Doreen is going to put the link in the chat, and I highly recommend doing that before they're all gone. And Doreen, and all the ladies, this is also being broadcast live on our One Woman Facebook page today. And so feel free to jump over to their speakers and post any links that you talked about today, because I've been trying to do that and jump between the pages because I know some ladies were looking for Diamond's book and a few other things. So I've been posting things, but feel free to go on there and post the links that you've been putting in the chat today, because that's where you can also re-watch today's recordings as well. So if there's a speaker that you've heard today that you want to go back and re-watch, the replay will be on there. And if you tuned in a little bit late today on the Zoom chat, well, you can go back and watch it right from the beginning. So I just wanted to mention that as well. So we're really going ahead, well, to New Zealand with our next amazing speaker, Nicola Irvin. So Nicola, if you want to turn on your sound and video, where it's already Monday. So
it certainly is.
Yes. And our 100 most powerful women are from right around the world. So it doesn't matter where you live, you can be part of this incredible group, no matter where you are. So I'm going to introduce you, Nicola, and then you can take it away. So being an adventurous soul living in 4 continents, she searched the world to fix her son after his bacterial meningitis diagnosis, leaving him with lifelong challenges. Traveling the world, hoping for a miracle cure, she found what she needed by looking inside: joy, love, and laughter. Nicola's commitment to making a difference and founded the Empowering Me programs and co-founded the White Rose Family Foundation, a Hong Kong charity that created hope and possibilities for children with lifelong challenges and their families. She has published 2 books, Trust Life's Journey and Communication His Way, and she is completing her 3rd book now. She engages, entertains, and positively challenges audiences to look after themselves, let go of things that no longer serve them, and dream their wildest dreams so that they can feel like they are living again. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Nicola Irvin.
Thank you, Charlotte. What a privilege to be here at this bright early morning, 6 a.m. here in New Zealand. What a privilege. I had a dream. Now, it may be the dream that you had. I had a dream of a typical family. A mum, a dad, 2.4 children. Not sure how I saw that 0.4 of a child, a cat, a dog, a beautiful home, and a white picket fence. You can see it, right? But something happened. 23 years ago, my beautiful son, who was 9.5 months old, contracted pneumococcal meningitis. His little body was there fighting for his life. The illness left him with numerous challenges: deafness, epilepsy, hemiplegia, and an inability to communicate, so I thought. So what does a mother do? My mind was going round and round and round. Why me? Why him? I had been such a good girl. I had done everything right, but why me? And if other speakers have talked about, yes, the pity talk, the poor victim. Yes, I was in that space. I felt hopeless, helpless, overwhelmed, and over time, I became burnt out. Until I found a way that worked to become to this place now where I'm living the most joyous, the most loving, and laughter. I needed to learn to live again. I found that I needed to learn to feel. I had been a young girl that had always got up and got on. That was what I was taught. You know, yes, you may have a few tears, but you just got up and got on. So as I went through life, I collected all these emotions, all these suppressed feelings within my being. I didn't do anything with them. I just got up and got on. It was a strategy that worked well for me. Until the weight of all these emotions, and I call it my emotional backpack, were stuck there on my backpack, and things became heavier and heavier. I needed to explore what was in my emotional backpack. So I'm going to take you a little journey in my emotional backpack. Actually, I've got this lovely blue backpack, and actually it's just right here beside me. You can see it here. Now, in this emotional backpack, I stored a lot of emotions. I stored fear. I stored rage. I stored terror. Was my baby going to survive? Despair. And I'd also stored my joy. Ecstasy, and it's not the drug. What else did I store in my backpack? Yes, there was more fear. So much fear did I store. So much so that I created not only a backpack, but a brick wall. A brick wall around my heart. What I needed is I needed support. I needed someone maybe that had been on my similar journey, or maybe it was someone new that could give me different perspective, give me a way of looking at life in a different way. I'm a stubborn person, and it wasn't only one wake-up call, but I needed to hit another brick wall and another brick wall until I finally got it, that I needed to find another way of being in life. I lightened my backpack. I smashed through that wall. Have you got baggage, stored emotions that you haven't been dealing with? Maybe they're holding you back from your wildest dreams, the things that your heart truly desires. What I needed was this way so that I could actually triumph in life, despite the dreams that I had lost. Meningitis that my son contracted meant that I lost the dreams of independence for him graduating, him being independent. What about me? What about my career? What about independence for me? How was he, Thomas, going to be a global citizen? All those lost dreams. The way I found was that I needed to look at myself right here, right now. And I call this a life audit. I was an auditor in a past life. I trained as an accountant. And so yes, a life audit. I decided to do a life audit, and I looked at 5 different aspects of my health and well-being. I looked at my physical. I looked at my mental health and well-being. I looked at my emotional health and well-being. I looked at my social health and well-being, and at my spiritual health. I looked at where I was right here, right now. I made a mark in the sand. This is where I am. And then, like a number of the speakers have spoken about today, I really tapped into my wildest dreams. Yes, those desires, those heart's desires that are way in there, in my brick wall. I had dampened them. I had suppressed them. So I allowed myself to be free and feel what my wildest dreams might be. So I wonder if you can just take a moment now to take a nice deep breath in through your nose and out through your mouth. And as you know, we like to do things in 3s. So take another nice deep breath in and out. And the last one. In and out. And just allow yourself to be here in this moment and connect with your heart. What might those wildest dreams be for you? I can feel my heart racing because I feel enlivened and enjoy when I think about my wildest dreams. In these dreams, when I was looking at what my wildest dreams were, I realized that there was a part of me that wanted to be heard. I was a shy girl. I was seen and not heard. I wanted to use my voice. And actually, this is part of what I'm meant to be doing, is sharing the story of my son and my life. How he woke me up to actually learning to live again. So how was I going to make that happen? I needed to do a life audit. So I did that. Where am I now? And where do I want to be? So what small step could I take in each of those 5 areas to move me towards my wildest dreams? And one of those steps was actually learning to be in front of an audience. So as I'm here, my heart still races. I still get red. I still get nervous. And yet I want to be here sharing some of the most vulnerable things that have happened in my life. Watching my son fight for his life and wondering about my dreams that I had lost. In this inquiry and in this life audit, I realized there were 3 main principles that I was living by. And I call them the 3 E's. We all love the 3's, right? The 3 E's, so we live our life with ease. In every moment, we have a choice, whether to be in love or fear. So yes, that's the first E. In every moment, we have a choice. The second one is every road, and I mean every road, has opportunities. And the third and final, and probably the most special one to me, is that everyone, and I mean everyone, has a gift. It just always gets me when I think of that. And actually, it's funny, I'm not doing my speech in the order that I expected. So here we are. I'm going to share with you something that's very dear to my heart.
Nicola, I don't think you shared with computer sound. The sound isn't playing, Nicola. If you want to just stop sharing, when you click the share, just make sure the share with computer sound is clicked.
So sorry. And I'd practiced that many times.
So really right at the beginning, he really refused to go with any traditional type of support with communication. We tried so many different things, communication boards, PECs, the iPad, not really interested in. I've always felt there's a lot within him that he can't express. Because Thomas really likes photographs of people, you know, really things that are meaningful, he started putting photos and cards together. The idea started probably 5 or 6 years ago with a friend of mine. When he did what I would call a reading, for me, it was so meaningful. And this feels like a way of expressing. One way to really describe it is authentic communication. It's not about talking about the weather, it's actually about connecting with self. And so I think it's a really important gift.
The cards kind of give us like an opportunity to say, hey, well, do you want to explain to us what's happening? So we'll give him the photo of himself and he can put that up on the wall and say, hey, what's going on? And lay out the cards and he can choose. And it just gives him another way of sort of intuitively or authentically kind of communicating. He did a reading for Karina, one of the other carers, and it said she was thinking about a job change, not working with Thomas, but another job that she does. And Thomas chose a card like, don't worry, like a new career is coming just around the corner. And sure enough, it was. So. Yeah, there's a lot of valuable sort of messages that he conveys.
I feel that this is one of his gifts of being here, so I think it's an opportunity for us to share it.
I hope you finally got that. I hope I shared that. So, like I said, everyone has a gift. So my dreams of Thomas communicating. Even though he is not speaking verbally, he is speaking through his cards. My dream for Thomas to be independent. He is currently living with 3 flatmates. And soon he is going to be living in his own home with a support worker. So he's going to have his own home and his own independence. What about me and my wildest dreams? Well, I'm going to share something with you at the end, and it's a song that I've co-written called Learning to Live Again. My dream of Thomas being a global citizen. He has his internet business and he is thriving in it. He supports clients in the US, in Australia, and here in New Zealand. What about my 0.4 of a child? I had 1 child. Now I am remarried and have 4 beautiful children. So I've actually succumbed my wildest dreams of the typical family. I now have 4 children. So know that anything is possible. As much as doctors said to me, Thomas is not going to walk or talk. Thomas is walking. He's actually running. He's not speaking verbally, but he's communicating from the heart and the soul. So if you're feeling that you're lost, your dreams have been lost, maybe it's time for you to do a life audit, to look at those 5 areas of your life and say, this is where I am now, and then connect with those wildest dreams. And or better, because in my situation, I got or better. So or better is possible as well. So how are you going to triumph? What does that actually mean to you to triumph? Now I'm going to share with you a song that I've co-written. I'm hoping you can hear it.
I've been falling. My eyes won't let me sleep. Calling, I've been calling. This cut has gone so deep. I lost my home. I lost my mind. I left myself so far behind. Running to live, running to love, knowing that what I have is enough. I don't know how and I don't know when I started learning to live again. I've been broken. The rivers that I've cried. Hoping, I've been hoping my love would turn the tide. I'm still battered, I'm still bruised, but now it's time to cut me loose. Learning to live, learning to love, knowing I'm more than I ever was. I don't know how and I don't know when I started learning to live again. All the pain and all the cost, all the faith that I lost, all the times I couldn't face the day. All the scars and all the wounds, the falling stars and papers will turn to dust and slowly fade away. I accept what I can know, so now it's time to let you go. Learning to live, learning to love, knowing I'll have what I dreamed of. I don't know how and I don't know when I started learning to live again. I'm learning to live again.
What are your wildest dreams? Your soul knows the way. It's time for you to follow it. If you're wanting or needing someone to assist you to capture, grab those wildest dreams, I'm offering a complimentary session. I'll put my contacts in the chat. Just please feel free to reach out. Your soul knows the way. Just follow it.
That was so beautiful, Nicola. I think we all had chills and tears in our eyes throughout your talk. Thanks for sharing your beautiful story. Thanks for sharing Thomas with us. Be sure to put your contact information in the chat as to how women can connect with you. And if you wouldn't mind also sharing how to get a reading with Thomas. I think there's probably a lot of us that would love to get one of those done as well. So thank you so much for sharing your beautiful story and that beautiful song with us, Nicolette. It was absolutely amazing. So I'm going to turn things over to our final speaker for today, Dr. Olivia Ong. Olivia.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can. And Dr. Olivia Ong is joining us from Melbourne, Australia. Also, a bright and early Monday morning there. What time is it there, Dr. Olivia?
It's 4:30 a.m. on Sunday.
4:30 a.m. Wow. Well, thank you so much for joining us at such a wee hour. And I'm going to introduce you, Dr. Olivia, and you can take it away. So Dr. Olivia Ong is a physician from Melbourne, Australia. She is the founder and CEO of drolivialeeong.com, the Heart-Centered Doctor. Dr. Ong is an author who has written her book, The Heart-Centeredness of Medicine, to help her fellow medical peers thrive at work and at home without the burnout. She is also a professional speaker. As a leadership coach, Dr. Ong helps busy, high-achieving, heart-centered doctors to avoid burnout and exhaustion, to achieve balanced energy and time flexibility through her Life Transformation for Doctors program. Dr. Ong offers one-on-one coaching workshops and speaking engagements on burnout, compassion fatigue, and vicarious trauma in doctors so that they can stay in the game longer as a compassionate leader and leave a positive legacy for upcoming generation of young doctors. Please welcome our final speaker for today, Dr. Olivia Ong.
On one fine spring day in 2008, my life changed forever. I was walking to work when I was hit by a car at high speed. My body was flung into the sky and I landed on the ground with an earth-shattering thud. I immediately went into doctor mode and started assessing myself. Okay, I didn't hit my head. That meant that I didn't have a head injury. Okay, I can move my arms. That's good. Then I realized I can't move my legs. I can't even feel my legs. It felt like my body was chopped in half, and it was the worst feeling. My colleagues transported me to another hospital, and after the surgery, I learned that I had sustained a life-changing spinal cord injury. At the time, I was in my early 30s, and I had ticked all the success boxes. I was working as a doctor in a reputable hospital. I was happily married. I had my own house and car, and I had a great network of friends. But in reality, I felt unfulfilled. I used to beat myself up for making the tiniest of mistakes. I didn't listen to my own needs when work got busy. I did my job on autopilot, running around from ward to ward, doing my charts. I even scolded myself for needing to use the bathroom. I actually wished I had a catheter. Then I wouldn't have to stop working to pee, right? So then there I was, a patient on the other side of the healthcare system. And this time I really did have a catheter. I felt like a pincushion with drips on my arms and a feeding tube up my nose. I had never felt so vulnerable, so broken, so helpless. As a doctor, I was programmed as a Lone Ranger. I wouldn't ask for help because that meant I was weak, not capable, dare I say not competent. Would just make me feel isolated, disconnected, and helpless. Now, as a patient with a severe injury, I really, really needed help. For months after my spinal surgery, I used all my willpower and tried my best to move my legs day in, day out, but I couldn't. I felt defeated. I felt such intense grief and loss following my injury. Will I be able to walk again? Will I ever be a doctor? Will my husband leave me? Will I ever have kids? If you have suffered a loss or been through a traumatic event, you know how easy it is to blame yourself for your accident. how it feels to have everybody look at you with pity, to feel sorry for you. It makes you feel sorry for yourself. My self-worth, which was already low, plummeted to the bottom. I so badly needed to walk again, not only because I wanted to be mobile, but mainly because I wanted to have my identity back, even an identity that lacks self-worth. One day I heard about Project Walk, a center for spinal cord injury recovery in San Diego. At first, I thought that the state-of-the-art technology was what was going to help me, but after spending 2 years there, I learned a far more powerful life lesson: self-compassion. See, my experience to learn to walk again was the exact opposite of my life as a resident doctor before my injury. Instead of being on autopilot, wishing that I had a catheter to not think about going to the bathroom, I had to be mindful of each step I took. Instead of being a lone ranger struggling to seek help, I connected with fellow spinal cord injury survivors, bound together by our common humanity and our common suffering, being spinal cord injury. Most important of all, instead of being a perfectionist, beating myself up for every mistake I made, I learned to accept myself for who I was. Mindfulness, common humanity, and self-acceptance. These are the 3 pillars of self-compassion. And these were the things that gave me self-worth, not walking again, and definitely not the initial success I had earlier. After spending 2 years, 5 hours every day doing physical therapy at Project Walk, I learned to walk again. I was over the moon and I went back to my job in Australia, happy, enthusiastic, and ready to tackle new challenges. But sadly, my happiness didn't last long. My medical colleagues were very skeptical. They judged my competency, my ability to perform my medical work due to my injury. I had to deal with criticism and negative biases and discrimination from other medical professionals. My ex-boss actually told me that being away for so long in San Diego doing physical therapy, and the fact that I was absent from work for 2 years, he actually said that my medical knowledge has deteriorated, and he gave me a poor performance review. And he was the only one, whereas my other supervisors were pretty happy with my work performance. There was a clear case of discrimination. Another ex-boss made a big deal with me using my wheelchair at work when I broke my leg for a period of 6 months. She made sure that I had to speak to the infectious disease team, made me go through heaps and loops, just making a lot of drama just about me using my wheelchair, and that my wheelchair could spread bugs from one room to another. All these various incidents, there were many more. They impacted on my self-worth, and I started feeling a lot of shame. I went back to square one, low, down, and vulnerable. The painful memories of the accident flooded back, and the happiness I built in my time in Project Walk was wiped out. I blamed myself for being hit by the car once again. I felt like a burden on my husband. I was facing the lowest of lows. I lost my self-worth again. But then I thought to myself, what helped me with my physical injury was not only the robotics, exoskeleton, it was self-compassion. Self-compassion helped me deal with my injury. Surely it can help me with my professional life. I started implementing self-compassion once again, this time round, in my professional life. So when my boss told me I wasn't up to date with my knowledge, I studied 10 times harder than my peers. I reached out to my family and close friends for help. I was no longer that lone ranger. I accepted my injury for what it was and accepted me for me. I didn't allow falling behind to hold me back. Slowly but surely, my self-worth started coming back. And with that, I felt more motivated and determined than ever before. I went on to pass my board exams in rehabilitation medicine and pain medicine. I went on to have 2 beautiful children who I adore. I built a beautiful life from something that was traumatic and sad. I became a formidable force in the lives of my family and friends. I also became more influential around my medical colleagues who eventually learned to respect me. And most important of all, I learned to respect myself. My life changed completely from the inside out. And it turns out that this realization, which I stumbled upon accidentally, is backed up by the research. Studies indicate that self-compassion leads to increased productivity. It helps you remain calm in the face of failure, rejection, and criticism. Self-compassion also reduces our stress as it activates our soothing system, which leads to greater feelings of well-being. I rebuilt my identity that has self-worth through self-compassion, and so can you. If you are a corporate person stuck in a 9-to-5 job feeling trapped and overwhelmed, if you're a stay-at-home mom juggling homeschooling, 3 kids in the pandemic, and feeling unsupported, isolated, and frustrated, if you're a carer looking after your disabled loved ones and feeling burnt out, if you are a human being who feels completely overwhelmed, self-compassion can help you feel more balanced and fulfilled. The next time you're being unkind to yourself, put your hand on your heart and take 3 deep breaths. It feels much like cuddling a newborn baby. This will give you a renewed feeling of warmth and joy. It only takes you 10 seconds, but it could save your job, your marriage, and your life. We are all suffering, but we are suffering together as a human race. It's only when we accept our suffering and give ourselves the grace to be imperfect that we will move forward together collectively as a human race. The sooner we each develop self-compassion, the sooner the world can heal itself. Thank you.
Beautiful, Dr. Olivia. What a powerful and amazing, amazing message, and a beautiful way to wrap up our day. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And I see the beautiful Jackie Somerville has popped up on the screen, which means, gosh, it's already the end of our day. And I can't believe it because it's went by so fast. I sat here so inspired by all the amazing speakers today. And I'm sure Jackie would agree that our 100 most powerful women just did such a phenomenal, phenomenal job today.
They really did, Charla. You guys, well done. I listened to each and every one of you, and it was really beautiful, moving, true, real, heart-touching, all of that. So well done. Really lovely.
Yes, absolutely. And as I mentioned before, when I emailed out everybody the agenda for today, I included all the contact information from all the amazing speakers that you heard from and their websites. Dr. Olivia Ong, if you want to put your contact details even in the chat as well and share them with our audience today, feel free to do that. But you have those in the email. And if you need help with being connected with anybody you heard from today, you can always reach out to me. And I'm happy to make those connections because, it is about stepping into our power. It is taking that first right step or the next right step. And so maybe there's somebody you heard from today where you're just like, yes, this is somebody who I need to connect with. So Jackie, any final thoughts or things that you want to share with our audience today?
Well, I think the theme was really clear, wasn't it? That our thoughts and beliefs create our lives, that what we think about is what is being about in our lives. I think that was the theme through everybody's talk, because these women who have
become a part of 100 Most Powerful Women have really got that. They really understand that their destiny is in their own hands, and have shared stories of how they turned their lives around. It's also very clear to me, as it always is when I listen to women talk, that everybody has a pretty dramatic story. Nobody gets through this life unscathed. And yet what I know, and what's clear listening to all the stories here today, is that everything, even the stuff that feels so bad at the time, is all working towards giving us the big stuff we've asked for. That everything is getting us to where we want to be. But it is our job to get crystal clear on where we want to be and what we want to be, and then to trust the process. And as long as we're still living and taking a breath, our dreams are still unfolding, as long as we believe. So that was what's so clear, that everybody made that so clear today, and everybody's got an incredible story and have turned their lives around. So yeah, really beautiful. So I think if you're listening today, just remember faith. Have a dream, have a desire, trust, and have faith that it is working out for you. Yes, Sharla, that's where your power lies.
Absolutely. And I posted the link one final time, that if you feel called to be a part of 100 Most Powerful Women, to join in with these amazing women that you heard from today, to live the life of your wildest dreams, to really step into your power, that we would love to have you join us. And so all you need to do is apply. Jackie and I will be doing interviews this coming week and selecting our, 3 ladies for the month of June to join us. And I want to mention is that it doesn't matter where you are in your journey. Sometimes we listen to these inspiring speakers and just say, well, when I get to that point, maybe then I'll apply, or I'm not there yet. You got to understand, is we work with women from every point in the journey. We work with women who are already massively successful, hit the $1 million level, and they're going for the multi-million-dollar level. And we have women who are just starting out, just maybe have this crazy business idea that they want to get out to the world, or they're still trying to figure out what are they passionate about. That's what we work with women to do, is no matter where you are in your journey, that you can be a part of 100 Most Powerful Women, and to never feel like, well, there's so many things that I need to do before I can get to that point. No, it's all about the power of making a decision and saying, yes, I want this. I'm ready to step into this, and just having the courage to just say yes. So important.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I want to thank all of our fantastic 100 Most Powerful Women who shared with us today, who shared their amazing stories and their passion and purpose in this world. Be sure to connect with them, if it calls on your heart to do so. Also, our 100 Most Powerful Women who just joined us today to tune in, to be inspired, and being a part of 100 Most Powerful Women. And to all those who chose yourself today, as Doreen said, chose you. And that on a Sunday afternoon, when you could be doing so many other things, that you chose to invest in yourself and to really start exploring what life holds for you. It's no coincidence that you are here today. I'm sure you heard so many things today that really started stirring your heart, and that's where it all begins, is that we have that stirring in our heart. It's that divine connection. God pushing you to be your greatest, to really step into your power. So any final thoughts that you would like to leave everyone with today?
No, I think we said it all, Sharla. It's a very exciting, beautiful day, and you're all so very welcome. Lovely comments. Yes, you are so welcome. And congrats again to our amazing speakers and members. We are so proud of you.
Absolutely. So as I started this morning and I said, what I know for sure is that you are a miracle, divinely placed on this earth to make your mark, change things, help others, and most importantly, to choose love, joy, and abundance. What are you going to choose today? Ladies, you are made of stardust and grace, filled with the power of love. What can you do if you just turn on the switch? Will you do that with us? You were born to be powerful. Have a fantastic rest of your day, ladies, and stay tuned for our next Born to Be Powerful Summit that will happen later this fall. And we will definitely keep you in the loop. If you want to watch the replay from today, you can head over to the One Woman page and do that. Or if you registered for today, I'm going to send you the link so you can watch it. So have a wonderful day, everyone. We love you, and we'll see you again soon. Bye, everyone.
Bye.